So, meron pong hindi na-approve dun sa budget ninyo. Meron po bang programs that you prepared that will not be implemented because of the reduction of the original recommendation that you had earlier with the DBM?
Yes, Madam Chair, no, we submitted proposals for 2024 which are not provided with the funding allocation per National Expenditure Program.
Madam Chair, can we ask our Secretary to give us a list of those items and probably with the corresponding amount so that in the right, at the proper time, we can recommend that an additional budget be granted to the Department of Interior and Local Government, Madam Chair.
Okay, kindly submit to the committee, copy furnished, the Honorable Mark Go.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Congressman Mark.
Thank you. Dito po sa report na pinalabas ng CPBRD, the total head count approved or the plantilla positions approved by DBM is 311,225. Kasama rin po rito ang BOA, ang Office of the Secretary, yung Bureau of Fire Protection, BJMP, NAPOLCOM, PNP, PPSC, NCMP, NYC, PCW. At yung pong unfilled positions is about 18,652. Maring meron pong difference, depende po sa timing nung paglabas nitong report na ito. Ito pong number na ito, kanina meron pong tinanong sa PNP, ito pong additional recommendation ninyo, this is on top of what you want to fill up in 2024. Ito pong unfilled na ito. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary?
Well, actually, no, iba-iba kasi ang kaso ng ahensya, no? Kamukha kanina sa kapulisyahan, in-explain nila na usually ang recruitment po, ang pumapasa kalahati lang. No? So nagkakaroon sila ng problem. Let's say, they need 5,000. Magre-recruit sila ng 10,000. Ang nangyayari kasi po sa kanila, kaya nagkakaroon ng distortion, yung processing fee, yung processing expense, nauubos kagad. That's why hindi nila nahahabol dahil hindi naman lahat nakakapasa yung buong 10,000. So they spend so much for 10,000, tapos ang pumapasa 5,000 lang, as an example. So by that time, ubus na kagad ang kanilang budget just because of the processing expense. I think that is how General Robert has explained it to me.
So yung pong budget na yon, Mr. Secretary, ay kinukuha yon dun sa allocated na amount for the positions that was given to you?
Parang ganun po, no?
Parang po ganun.
Kapag po lang sinabi ko, iba-ibang ahensya po kasi ito, no? Like sa police, pero sa police kakaiba. Kaya kanina parang ang tanong, merong unfilled na 11 and yet they're asking for 1,000 more. And I would like to again emphasize na hindi ho ito yung problema ngayon lang. It has been the years before. Matagal na problema na po yan, no? At special case po ang sa Barma, ang aming ginagastos sa recruitment malaki dahil ang pumapasa 10% lang. Out of 1,000, 102 lang ang pumasa. So you could just imagine yung expense na ginugol mo for recruitment, etc. By that time, konti lang. Kaya yun ang hinahabol. I think General Rodriguez could further explain on this.
Malaki po kasi yung cost ng recruitment up to the hiring of the person. Tama po ba yun? Kasi, tama po yun. Kasi ako po dati po kong HR manager, alam ko po yung cost of recruitment, retention, and so forth and so on. Dito po sa budget ninyo, at 262 billion, 85% ay para sa sweldo at saka benepisyo ng ating mga empleyado. Sabi nga po namin, people are our most important asset. Good people are our most important asset. At yung pong kapulisan, yung BJMP, DILG, ang ating pong dapat talagang bigyan ng pansin ay yung ating mga tao sa DILG. At yun ang dapat nating suportahan para maging importante po sila sa pag-achieve ng ating goals. Ano po. Ngayon, ito naman pong tanong ko ay tungkol po sa local government, yung mga cities, municipalities. Ayon sa kanila, pag sila'y nagdagdag ng tao, i-benefit sa approved, ang maximum nila is 45% ng total budget. Ano po ba yun? Mula po sa DBM o kaya kay Yusek Marlo?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair, Your Honor. For the first to third income class LGUs, the maximum that they can spend for personal services is 45%. For the 4 to 6 class LGUs, it's 55%, Your Honor.
Sa mga urban cities.
Gentlemen, excuse me, may we acknowledge the presence of our majority floor leader, Manix Dalipe. Okay, go ahead, gentlemen.
Sa mga urbanized city, a chartered city like Baguio, limited din ba kami sa 45%, Yusek Marlo?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor, because Baguio City is a first-class, highly urbanized city.
So, ganun din, maximum. Bakit natin lilimit yon? Nasa batas ba yan?
Yes, sir. That's provided in the Local Government Code of 1991.
So, siguro, yun ang unang dapat nating baguhin para lalong mag-improve. Kasi kung kailangan naman ng tao at para ma-motivate mo yan, kailangan natin yan. Pag binigyan mo na sweldo, tumaas ng 45%, you might not be able to implement the increase in pay because of the limited yung cap na 45%. Doon po sa BJMP, sabi niyo po kanina, the budget for our PDLs is 70 pesos per day. Yun po, no? Ngayon, yung medical is 15 pesos per day. Per day din po yung 15 pesos.
15 pesos and 70 pesos, Your Honor.
Opo, 15 pesos.
15.15, Your Honor.
1.5, okay. Kung ko-compute ko po ito, 15 times 30 days, that is 450 pesos. Times 12, that will be more than, ilan yan? More than 6,000 pesos per year. Ito pwede namang i-cover sa medical insurance para yung treatment talagang maganda. After all, not all of them get sick naman. So by insuring them, baka mas maganda ito kaysa sa ano. Would you consider that?
We are considering that, Your Honor, but meron naman po silang mga health benefits din, membership. Then ito po kasi sa mga gamot nila talaga.
Sa gamot ito?
Opo, gamot.
Oo. So yun ang binibigay nyo kagad sa kanila? O as they get sick, you give them the medicine?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Actually po, may mga request pa rin po kami ng adult medical and healthcare services para po sa PDL kasi kailangan po nila mga medical referrals. Kasi sa totoo lang po, binibigyan po namin sila ng gamot pero yung referral po namin medyo kulang. Maswerte lang po kami ngayon, nakapag-hire po kami ng additional 4 medical doctors. And we're hiring again 4. Yesterday, we made the interview para po doon sa lateral entry ng another 5 medical doctors. But yung pong expenses namin sa mga diagnostics, sa laboratory, doon po medyo kulang po. Kasi kung yung isa pong PDL, they are 125,000 all over the country. So kung isa lang po yon, yung laboratory and diagnostic, medyo apektado na po yung ibang PDL natin per capita.
Madam Chair, yung pong mga taga-Baguio na mga PDLs natin doon, pag sila po ay magpakonsulta o kaya magkaroon ng test, yung pong aming ospital doon, pwede pong tumulong yan na hindi na magbabayad ang DILG para sa kanila.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman. And katulad po na inyo nabanggit, ganun din po ang ginagawa ng Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. Kahapon po, kausap ko rin po yung isa pong may-ari ng hospital and they'll be giving us 20%. Maganda na rin po yun. Both personnel na PDL. And kung libre po, mas mabuti. Ang mga local governments unit naman po ay nakipagtulungan din po sa amin para po dito. But still, kung halimbawa po medyo yung illness niya, medyo, kumbaga, kasi may mga, may mga maintenance, yung po mataas po yung rate ng gastos po natin doon, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair.
Marco, your time expired.
Just last one point, if I may be allowed, Madam Chair. Yung pong kung sino man po ang in-charge ninyo sa Baguio, makipag-coordinate po dun sa opisina namin para ma-coordinate din po natin with the Baguio General Hospital para mabigyan po sila ng tulong na hindi na gagastusin ng DILG o ng BJMP ito pong kanilang medical coverage po. Yun po. Last na lang po, Madam Chair, I would like to...
Yes, but I'm just giving you 20 seconds.
Yes, just to express my support to the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government and the different agencies under DILG. Sumusuporta po tayo at kung makuha ko po yung listahan, idadagdag po natin at the proper time yung pong additional budget na kailangan ng ating DILG. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Maraming
Thank
salamat.
you very much, Representative Mark Go. Next to be recognized is Representative Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po. Tanghali na, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to ask, diretso na po sa questions. While President Marcos Jr. himself has been avoiding tirades and remarks against activists and progressive groups, unlike his predecessor, several programs aimed at stifling dissent and lumping civilians with armed rebels persist in the proposed 2024 budget. Sa DILG po, halimbawa, tama bang sabihin na meron pa ring e-clip? Meron pa rin po ba kayong e-clip? At magkano po ang budget para rito sa susunod na taon?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, our proposed budget for 2024 contains a 110 million fund for the expanded or enhanced comprehensive local integration program.
To clarify, Madam Chair, kanino naka-address ang programang e-clip?
Ang e-clip po, Madam Chair, is part of the intervention of the government to encourage our brothers who are in the mountains to go back to the folds of the law by way of providing financial assistance and livelihood assistance to the former rebels who will be surrendering, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, lahat ba ng beneficiaryo ng e-clip on record since last year? Yung mga nakatanggap po ng firearms remuneration.
Yes, Madam Chair, all the funds for the e-clip are properly accounted for. All the individuals who availed of the financial assistance, the firearms remuneration, the immediate assistance are properly accounted for.
Madam Chair, ilang porsyento yung may firearms remuneration?
Madam Chair, may we be given enough time to look into our records, ma'am?
So you don't have the records there?
We have it with us, Madam Chair, Your Honor. It's just that this is a voluminous document.
Madam Chair, since 2019, the government has allocated 686 million. Malaki na po yun, for the program supposedly for former rebels and extremists. Pero sa aktual, actually, kaya po natin gustong malaman, sa aktual, Madam Chair, sinasabi o may mga balita tayo na mga miyembro ng mga community-based organizations at mga progresibong samahan ang tina-target. Madam Chair, sa COA audit report ng 2022 ng e-clip, lumalabas din na lampas-lampas yung binibigay sa firearms remuneration ng mga umano'y dating rebelde. Halimbawa po nito sa Ilocos Region. Do you have your Ilocos Region, dyan? Sobra po ng 315,461 pesos ang ibinayad para sa pagbabalik ng armas umano. Meron po ba kayong report dyan or even the COA audit report para ma-check natin?
Madam Chair, what we have here are numbers of former rebels who availed of the assistance that I mentioned a while ago. Particularly, we have here records from 2018 to 2023. And if the members of the committee would want, we can provide you a copy of the document that we have now. But for 2023, Your Honor, we have a total of 787 rebels provided with immediate assistance, 143 for firearms remuneration, 517 for livelihood assistance, and 820 for reintegration assistance. As to the sort of overpriced firearms that was mentioned a while ago by the good congressman, we have yet to verify that, Your Honor.
So wala pa kayo investigation dito, Madam Chair?
Nasaan yun? Yes, Your Honor. We have already directed our DILG office in La Union and Ilocos Sur, no, for the updated firearms remuneration database with respect to the provision of the assistance in 2022 and 2023.
Actually, Madam Chair, meron pang ongoing COA ito, 2021 report. Borado yung serial numbers ng AK, posibleng recycled. So, may mga ganito po kayo no, sa COA report. The surrendered firearms paid has no photo documentation and the serial numbers of the AK-47 were defaced. So, ibig sabihin, pwedeng na-recycle talaga, nire-recycle lang, pero binabayaran ng binabayaran, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, papatignan po namin because as per your statement, these were 2021. So,
COA report.
COA report. We only came 2022. Pero rest assured, ma'am, talagang iigpitan po namin ito.
Yes, Madam Chair, kasi meron kayo ulit proposal for another series of e-clip. Tapos ganun ulit yung ano, Madam Chair, no? Baka mangyari. So, paano ito, Madam Chair, sa mga ibang regions? May mga inimbestigahan o sinimulang imbestigahan na po ba tayo sa DILG dito?
We are very strict on this, specifically about firearms, no? Of course, mas maganda talaga livelihood program, financial assistance, no? At saka, I would really say talagang yun ang heart nito. It's really, I mean,
Yeah.
wars are won not by guns but by the heart of the people. Eh. This is the essence of this ECLIP. Eh. Pero ayun nga, dito nakatuon ang programa, rest assured of our commitment right now to talagang ihigpitan po namin ito pagdating po rito.
Yes, please, Madam Chair, kung may report po kayo, pwede pong ma-apprise kami doon sa inyong report,
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Yes, Madam.
Madam Chair, yung second question ko on PNP. Yung budget po ng PNP, may item for end local communist armed conflict. Magkano po yung budget para dito?
Okay, may we get an answer? Is it from the PNP?
Yes, Your Honor. For the budget of the LCAC for the PNP, for the fiscal year 2023 appropriation, we have a total of 1,084,433,000, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, taon-taon, hinihingan natin ng paliwanag ang DILG PNP dito. Pero laging isang one-page report lang po yung binibigay nyo. Yun yung natatanggap ng opisina ko. For the record, ano-ano pong activities ba ang nakapaloob dito sa 1 billion ninyo sa PNP?
The different activities, Madam Chair, are embodied in the different clusters na nag-create. Bali 12 po yun. And each cluster may different activities na naka-enumerate. All in all, medyo marami to, Madam Chair, if you want na isa-isem ko, or I'll just give a copy, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair,
Can you
ibigay na lang yung
provide?
kopya.
Can you provide a copy to the committee?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kasama po yung activities ng bawat NTF-LCA clusters dyan.
Opo, by cluster po, Madam Chair.
Oo. Pahingi na lang ng kopya,
Yes.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yung next question ko po ay kaugnay sa PNP travels abroad. No? Napansin po namin sa COA, 2022 report, Madam Chair, na mula 0 foreign travel expenses noong 2021, ang PNP offices at employees biglang nagkaroon ng 1.45 million for PNP foreign travel expenses. Ano pong paliwanag ng PNP dito, Madam Chair? At saang bansa ang mga foreign trips ng PNP dito?
To my with regards to the zero travel, Madam Chair, way back 2021, I I presume it's because of the COVID pandemic that was prevalent during that time. Now, with regards to the travels, mostly because of invitations from the Interpol, Europols, and other international engagement that are related to the police concern, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, sabi niyo COVID, di ba? Parang, tapos may mga travel expenses. So, meron po ba kayong breakdown nito?
Diyan na.
Di ba hindi pinapayagan nun yung travel nung time na yun, 2020-2021? Madam Chair?
Okay, may we get
Madam
an
Chair,
answer?
may I
And-
give the floor to our Director for the Directorate for Controllership.
Okay, pakisagot ho ng brief na lang po because we are about to have a break.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning po, ma'am. As po dun sa travel po namin, we're only authorized po dun sa dalawa pong travel natin. That's Isyanapol and Interpol. And we don't have any travel amounting to 1.4 billion. Maybe it's about 1.4 million. And the rest po, hindi po authorized yan dun sa budget namin. Once nag-travel sila abroad, we need to have the approval of our SILG if we have to spend yung mga ganyang budget. Although we go to travel po, usually po, pagka abroad, it's all, pumapayag po ang Chief PNP ng SILG, pagka po, it is being sponsored by the country na nag-invite po sa amin. The rest, hindi po tayo pumapayag po yan.
Can you give me a report before the plenary para makita ko po kung saan-saang bansa at kung anong mga official travels ito, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am. We will do that po.
Yes, Madam Chair. For 2024, meron
One
na naman
last
kayong
question,
nire-request.
Madam,
Yes, Madam Chair. I will wind up. Ito lang po yung kailangan kong enlist me, Madam Chair, for second round. And third round, and second round. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, gusto ko lang sabihin, kasi nagtataya ulit tayo ng foreign trips, ganyan. Tapos, Madam Chair, we have received reports, for instance, that the PNP has been conducting surveillance activities in the Consulate General, for example, ng Los Angeles, California. Ayon sa ulat, naka-civilian po ang isang pulis na si Roland Villela mula sa PNP West Coast na nagsagawa ng surveillance habang may dialogue ang mga Pilipinong biktima ng hate crime. Madam Chair, I would like the DILG to look into this. Alam niyo po kung bakit? Kasi sila po mga activists na sila na tumutulong. 1 year po bago nabigyan ng tulong because of hate crimes. Ito po yung mga binugbog at saka sinagasa ng car yung sinasakyan din nila ng mga Pilipino. At ang sinusurveillance pa ay yung mga kapwa Pilipino. Bakit naman po ganun? So, Madam Chair, kung dyan mapupunta yung pondo, hindi naman, sayang naman yung pondo natin. Kung ganun ang isa-surveillance pa natin, ay yung mga kapwa Pilipino natin na nangangailangan ng tulong, Madam Chair. Actually, I also mentioned this in the DFA kasi alam ko na sila din ay may concern kaugnay dito. So I would like the DILG, Madam Chair, to look into this. Thank you, Madam Chair. At sana po kung hindi naman kailangan, kung ang mga surveillance at kung ano-ano pa, mga travel expenses.
Thank you very
Madam
much,
Chair. Oo, lagay na lang natin sa
Rosas.
iba, Madam Chair, kasi
Yes.
mag-travel expenses pa para sa mga
Okay.
PNP doon
Yes.
sa labas ng bansa.
Tuloy
Thank
tayo
you,
mamaya sa second
Madam Chair.
round. So may the chair now recognize the Honorable Edgar Chato.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to our colleagues, and of course the DILG family led by Secretary Ben Abalos. Let me manifest first that I strongly support the budget of the DILG, as I have always supported through my 14 years in Congress. And not only because the Secretary is a batchmate in law school, but because I served the local government for 28 years. And that really has placed the DILG close to my heart. Now, let me first thank Secretary Abalos for getting one of the highest ratings in trust rating of the cabinet members for his leadership, program and project implementation. And today, even fund utilization of the department. That is an important factor in the budget hearings. My concerns are something that relates to number one, on climate change. Being the chair of the Committee on Climate Change in the House, we have always discussed with the Climate Change Commission about the difficulty of cascading our climate change advocacies to the local level. I know that the DILG is doing its best. I know also that it's being cascaded even to the planning levels of the local planning boards. But we have certain concerns about it's not put really on an office that can focus on climate change. Mostly they have their attention on environment, but climate change is just taken a back seat. We are thinking of coming up with, because we have a bill filed in Congress, to create committees on climate change in every sanggunian. May we know from the DILG if that is a pretty good idea, so that there can be uniformity as well as balance in the implementation both of local and national. This is a global concern that every Filipino should be concerned about. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair and Your Honor, guest, good afternoon. The recommendation is well noted, sir. We will be talking or conferring with other national government agencies to look into requiring our local Sanggunians to create the committees that you mentioned in the Sanggunian level. But as of the moment, what we are doing in the DILG is provide technical assistance to our local government units to make sure that their comprehensive development plans and the other plans are risk-informed, meaning the disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation are already factored in the formulation of the plans that they use in the local government units.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We were just thinking that if we simply put it as an optional basis for the LGUs, then some may not really be adopting it. So the balance of implementation will still be wanting. My next question is on the Mandanas ruling. Secretary Benhur was mentioning earlier about some constraints, barangay roads, implementation, district hospitals. What is your view about EO 138? Because I think this is the basic framework that implemented the Mandanas ruling and its devolution. Are there matters in EO 138 that Congress should be looking into to be consistent with the ruling of Mandanas? Because I understand that the Supreme Court did not amend the local government code. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, as of the moment, EO 138 is suspended. Suspended when it comes to the devolution. But when it comes to the giving out of the money, it's always been consistently been given out. You know? Alam niyo po, ang ating mahal na Pangulo ay dating gobernador ng Ilocos. Ramdam niya nasa ibaba. Talagang mahirap mabigla ang mga alkalde, ang mga gobernador po rito. So, what is the status now? For us, the ultimate solution will be really an amendment of the local government code. That is the ultimate solution. Marami pong depekto rito. So, in the meantime, in the transition, ngayon po, probably by October, magkakaroon na ang report ang DILG to the Local Government Academy, including ULAP, headed by President Dax Cua, Governor Dax Cua, and the other leagues, League of City, Municipality, etc. Kinumpile po namin ito. No? Medyo tiyagaan po ito, Madam Chair, in the sense na tinignan muna namin bawat munisipyo, first class, second class, third class, fourth class, anong kaya niya? How did we base it? Where did we base it on? We gave out survey forms. These survey forms are very comprehensive. And based on the survey forms, doon po kami gumawa ng data analytics. Because there are some laws right now, aside from the local government. I'll give you one example. The requirement of a statistician. Mahirap na nga yung munisipyo, mag-require pa a statistician, hindi niya na kaya yun. At maski legal officer lang, simpleng abogado, wala pong ating mga munisipyo nito. Hindi lahat may abogado. So you can just imagine if you are a local executive, bago ka, wala kang abogado, talagang medyo hirap. So, iniisa-isa po namin ito, hinihimay namin ito, at hindi lang ho yun, ano yung pwedeng functions na ibabalik sa national. Hindi lahat makakayanin ng local. So, this kind of things ang ginagawa po namin ngayon. Once matapos namin ito, probably by October, bibigay po natin ito sa mahal na Pangulo, and for the meantime, titignan po namin kung ano ang kakayanin ng national bilang pangtulong sa lokal. But again, the ultimate solution will be the amendment of the local government code.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair rather, we are very, very, we are expecting the study of DILG to reach the House because this will be a good guide for legislators. You see, when you look at the journals of the House of Representatives, quite a number of bills have already been filed. But it will be definitely different if there's a coherent presentation of the various well-studied provisions already to more or less improve what we need to correct in the local government code. Thank you, Madam Chair. And then elections is coming for barangay. And as practiced, when the barangay captain lost an election, many of the barangay secretaries and treasurers are also changed. And if you will take note, we have 4 local government units mandated in the local code: provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays. It's only the barangay that doesn't have a permanent official appointed and confirmed by the civil service. Big problems are happening because when you change barangay officials, even without cause, secretaries and treasurers, you lose also records. Records of the barangay, records of the sanggunians, and it has been very difficult because even deed of donations are lost, and the owners, the heirs of the original owners who donated will reclaim the properties. So we have also a concern that was raised with the Commission on Audit, and they said we don't have the number of people that can take care of addressing all the concerns of the barangay. So what is the view of the DILG when it comes to having barangay secretaries and treasurers occupy permanent positions so that trainings can be done and the training funds will not be lost because you have institutional memory already by people who have been trained rather than every time there's an election you spend money for training and training and training?
Well,
Okay, may we get an answer?
Yes,
from
Madam Chair.
the
Thank you.
Secretary?
Under the law, barangay should be non-partisan in that matter. So taking from this, I mean from its very essence, there should be continuity. We have a very short term of 3 years. At ang masakap nito, ultimo magkakapatbahay, nag-aaway-away. As such, there must be continuity of service. Anyway, kung magkakamali naman niya, may ombudsman ka naman dito, may nakabantay naman dito. I agree with you, Congressman Chato. I agree that as far as treasurer and the others, dapat to maging permanent ito. In this regard, just let me tell you what we've done so far. For the Transparent Accountable Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan, we have issued Memorandum Circular number 2023-47, which is the conduct of inventory and turnover of barangay and sangguniang kabataan property, financial records, documents, money accountabilities by all incumbent barangay and SK officials, and the creation of the barangay and SK inventory team in view of the October 30, 2023. Disseminate na po namin ito para bago pa mag-eleksyon, naka-inventaryo na po lahat for the proper turnover. Just like your view, na-foresee na po namin ito, kaya ginawa na po namin ang assignment namin. Pangalawa, we reminded all of the prohibited acts and the nature of the barangay election, telling them that it should be non-partisan in consonance with Article 6, Section 38 of the Omnibus Election Code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we already filed the bill in Congress. We hope, Madam Chair, with the good Secretary's leadership, that the DILG can support that. We have a common understanding of the problems of the barangay that can be addressed through legislation.
If I would also add, Mr. Medyo importante lang po itong initiative of the DILG for the retention of the appointed barangay. Bakit? Yun nasa baba, napaka-importante ng barangay health workers.
Tama.
Kasi po yung institutional knowledge, no? So nag-issue kami ng MC number 2010, no? Termination, retention of barangay health workers, barangay nutrition scholars, barangay daycare centers, and barangay violence against women desk persons officer. And the MC on the roles of barangays in the interior sectors of the PNP during this election. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Ed Chato. And it's 12:30, so we'll have a break, a lunch break for 30 minutes. Then we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Secretary.
So the committee meeting is suspended. committee meeting.
Kindly settle down. We'll start in 5 minutes.
Pwede na. Okay, this session is, the budget meeting is now resumed. Once again, good afternoon to one and all. Next to be recognized is from the minority, Deputy Minority Bernadette B.H. Herrera. Is the Honorable B.H. Herrera with us? Okay. So may we ask again, somebody from the minority, may we recognize Representative Stephen Paduano. I think he's not around too. So we proceed to the next minority. The Honorable Representative Ramon Gutierrez is recognized by the chair. I'm sorry. So the Honorable Representative Paduano is with us already. You're recognized, sir. Oh, not anymore? Wag na. Okay. Oh. Okay, so Representative Ramon Gutierrez is recognized by the chair. I think he's not around too, so may we now move on to the next, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Dasa. Not around, so we go to the majority, because that's the end. That's the number 10 in the minority list. Okay, so may Deputy Majority Leader J.J. Suarez be recognized. I think he's not around. So may we now recognize the Honorable Representative Khalid Dimaporo.
Madam Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order first because I do not see our secretaries present here today. So I would just like to understand what the procedure is when we are studying and crafting the 2024 General Appropriations Act, and how can we have our concerns addressed with the absence of the secretaries.
Yeah, I got the point of the Honorable Khalid Dimaporo. I'm so sorry because I should have informed the body as to why at the moment the Secretary of the ILG's Secretary Benher Abalos is not with us. Okay.
May I ask for a suspension, Madam Chair?
The meeting is suspended.
That's our agreement with the majority. This is our time.
I'll just tell you, huh?
file mo, James. Double check mo sa file mo.
Ay, oh, hindi. Nasabi na rin sa akin. Okay, I think we're done. Okay na? So the session is now resumed, or the committee meeting or budget meeting is now resumed. So I would like to inform, as I was telling you earlier, before the declaration of, before the suspension of the meeting, I would like to inform you that after
Tapusin ko muna to.
the budget committee meeting was suspended, the Secretary of the ILG, Secretary Benher Abalos, for the information of the family of the ILG and to our colleagues in the in Congress, that the Secretary has an appointment in Malacanang. That's why he's not around. But I know the Honorable Khalid Di Maporo already understand the situation, at narinig din natin yung kanyang sentiment. Okay, I just would like to ask the BFP to please, if it is a promise, dapat ibigay. Kayo, marami rin kayong promise sa akin na hindi nyo binigay. Okay, so the chair would like to recognize again the Honorable Khalid Di Maporo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the Committee on Appropriations and our colleagues here for assisting our parochial concerns in the province of Lanao del Norte. And I understand the importance of our Secretary to be in Malacanang to address national matters, especially with the problem of the weather that we're having here today. My first question, Madam Chair, is to the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Can I get confirmation that the Secretary is present? This was brought up by our colleague, Congressman Mujib Hataman, who was disappointed in the absence of the NCMF Secretary earlier. Is he present here now today?
Nandito po ako. Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's nice to see the NCMF Secretary present. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'd like to ask the Secretary, Madam Chair, what's the budget of the NCMF for 2024?
Okay, may we get an answer from the DILG? Or, siyempre, from the National Commission on
Our
of
proposed
Muslim
budget
Filipinos?
po. Your Honor, Madam Chairman,
Yes,
our
gentlemen.
proposed budget is 867,932,000.
Is the 867 million what the DBM approved in the NEP for 2024, Madam Chair?
Yes, it is what is approved by DBM.
Can
If
you,
the DBM granted 800 plus million, what did the NCMF originally ask the DBM that maybe was more but not approved?
We asked for 1 billion, Your Honor.
In that 1 billion, Madam Chair, are there programs for halal initiatives? Considering that in the SONA message of our President, he wanted to establish better relations with Malaysia and other Muslim countries.
Your Honor, we have included a budget for halal industry development.
Can you please move closer to the microphone? Hindi ho masyadong naririnig yung salita nyo.
Opo, kasama po ang halal doon sa budget namin. Although I would like to inform the distinguished members of Congress, naliliitan po ako sa budget ng NCMF. We are attending to almost 15 million Muslim Filipinos all over the country, and we have only that budget. Naliliitan po ako kasi po the budget of NCMF as a commission operating nationwide can be compared to a bureau in a department. Napakaliit po. And the expectations of all people is very high. 83% of that budget goes to personal services. Ang natitiri lang po ay about 17% to answer for the rentals for offices nationwide. Mga travel po, lahat po ay sinasarge doon 17%. That is why we are now appealing to the distinguished members of the House to please consider an increase of our budget.
So your budget is, you stated it's 800 plus, but in
Yes,
our
opo, 800.
but in our record it is 925,397 for that's your proposed budget,
Minus RD.
and this the allocation given you by the department and that of DBM.
Including RD. Yung mga mandatory.
Excluding ARLIP po. ARLIP na. It is said. Excluding ARLIP, ano? Excluding ARLIP po, yun. That is why po, for the information of the distinguished members of Congress, we are embarking on an economic mission to be able to raise funds.
Hindi ho masyadong clear. It's not. Pakitanggal na lang po yung mask if it's okay.
Kasi po, I'm coughing eh. In fact, medyo may sakit po tayo. I'm also fasting. I'm not eating anything for the whole day. So, ganyan po. Medyo mahina po tayo. But anyway, ang sinasabi ko po, nanilitan po ako sa budget ng NCMF. We are operating nationwide. Ang budget po ng NCMF is napakaliit po. That's why I am asking the distinguished members of Congress if they can increase this. If we are including as a major program yung halal po, dapat po medyo mataasan po natin ang budget ng NCMF dito. The halal industry all over the world is now $3.6 billion. By 2030 po, magiging $6.4 billion ang halal industry all over the world. And we're not sharing this because we are not having the support of the government.
Madam Chair, so I can be more direct. I was told by the NCMF, especially after the SONA message of the President in his interest to extend and grow the halal industry here in the Philippines, the DBM was supposedly to give the budget for NCMF to establish a halal office and including also the personnel needed to run that office. I don't know if that was approved and reflected in NEP 2024. So I'd like confirmation if that is there or it was not given by DBM.
Okay, may we get an answer?
May I give you, Director Heidi Ampatuan of the Planning of NCMF to answer the question.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, there is actually a request for the decentralization of the NCMF. Currently, the setup of the NCMF is highly centralized. So the budget is within the central office. So there is already an endorsement from the office of Senator Padilla, Secretary of DILG, and we are currently in the process of submitting the requirements of the DBM so that our regional offices will become an operating unit and work as a decentralized one. Now, in terms of the office for the halal, there is an ongoing, part of the decentralization is to come up with a halal division under the Bureau of Muslim Economic Affairs. So we are not yet finalized on that. In fact, it's not included in the 2024 budget because we are still have to finalize with the DBM on the setup that includes the decentralized one and also how the fiscal autonomy of the 11 operating unit works. So, sir, Your Honor, we are still in the process of finalizing it with the DBM, and we were told by DBM that this setup will be possible by 2025 because there is already a NEP for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was planning to be upset at the DBM for falling short of the SONA message of our president, but apparently the ball is still with the NCMF to get their internal affairs in order. So I hope that they can be better prepared in the next NEP so that we can take off just like what our president wants in terms of growing the halal industry here in the Philippines. The second concern that we have with NCMF, Madam Chair, was brought up by our colleagues earlier in the absence of the NCMF secretary, and that is the transparency of the Hajj pilgrimage every year. I'd like to ask the NCMF, Madam Chair, if the PNB account, the payments of our Hajj pilgrims have been submitted to the Bureau of Treasury in accordance to Joint Circular 1-97 of the DOF, COA, and the DBM.
Madam Chair, we have authority from the Bureau of Treasury to conduct our business with PNB. In fact, the plan of the NCMF now is to tap government banking institution with which to deposit all these accounts coming from the pilgrims. We are thinking actually, and we have started talking to the Amana Investment Islamic Bank, where we can park the money coming from the pilgrims. Other than the Amana Bank, we are also planning to talk with the Dan Bank. Because as I said, we have to tap the government banking institutions for this purpose.
Madam Chair, this is my actually most urgent concern. Imagine the Republic Act 9997 requires that the NCMF place all of the Hajj pilgrimage funds into a trust fund. And we are guided by the Joint Memorandum Circular of DOF, DBM, and COA, strictly defining what a trust fund is, which means the money has to be deposited in a government bank and submitted to the National Treasury. When we had the Committee on Muslim Affairs, no less than the NCMF legal office said, ayaw nila. Ayaw nila. They do not want to comply with what is in the law. They do not want to comply with the joint circular of the DBM, DOF, and COA. That is my concern. Now, I'm going to the point now, and we confirmed it with the DBM on the record, they are not in compliance. We are confirming it with the COA that they are not in compliance. I've submitted my letters to the DBM secretary investigating if they are in compliance. I've submitted to the COA investigating if they are in compliance. I've submitted to the DOF investigating if they are in compliance. And now I would like to turn to the DILG, which is the supervising agency of the NCMF. I would like to submit, Madam Chair, a letter from the chairman of the Committee on Muslim Affairs for the DILG to place on official record and to study whether or not the NCMF is compliant to the joint circular of DBM, DOF, and COA. We simply want transparency in the conduct of the Hajj pilgrimage every year. So magtulong-tulong tayo because I did not like what I heard from the NCMF representative in my committee when he told me that he did not want to comply with the law.
Madam Chair, distinguished members, may I...
Okay, who's to answer the query of the Honorable...
Madam Chair, I do not want to take up our colleagues' time. There's a time for debate regarding this. My concern is directed to the DILG and a letter that I will submit to the committee secretariat and to the representative of the DILG secretary requesting for the DILG to conduct its investigation in terms of compliance to a joint circular of DBM, DOF, and COA in regards to the PNB account of the NCMF for the Hajj pilgrimage. It is required by law. They must comply. That is my personal understanding.
Okay, I think
Madam
the
Chair.
Honorable Khalid Dimaporo is going to give you a letter. Siguro what the DILG ought to do now is to respond to or answer the letter coming. Is that all right, Honorable Dimaporo? Ganun na lang? Or you like the answer?
I would like them to answer in writing, so it's official. Better if it's from the legal office of the DILG, and the best would be if it would be submitted to the committee secretariat before plenary, if that's possible, Madam.
Okay, may we get a comment or answer from the DILG?
Madam Chair, on behalf of Secretary Benjamin Sabalos Jr., we take note of the manifestation of the good congressman from Lanao del Norte, and we will correspondingly act on his manifestation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since I'm running out of time, I would like to place the rest of my questions in form of manifestation to the DILG. Because we do have problems with the devolution. I don't even know if we can comply with the devolution plan that is required of our LGUs. Yesterday, we had the budget briefing on the Department of Education. Mahina ang budget, maliit ang budget ng mga classrooms. In Lanao del Norte alone, based on the DepEd needs analysis, on my district, I need 427 classrooms. You compute that into 3 million or 5 million per classrooms, that goes up to almost 2 billion. Hindi kaya ng provincial government, hindi kaya ng mga municipal governments, and that is the problem we are facing. How do we resolve this issue where Mandanas is actually an obstacle to public service, and it is endangering the future of our country, our youth? That's the first that I'd like to ask. Kasi if I could ask some more questions, ideally, if you have the seal of good governments, makikita mo rin yan. We have given the LGUs more era. How many classrooms are they building? That's my first. My second manifestation, Madam Chair, and I'll wind this up, is in terms of the seal of good financial housekeeping. How can an LGU have a seal of, especially because with all of these extra responsibilities of the provinces and the municipalities, nag-aaway na sila in terms of the income that they're receiving. One, real property taxes, special education fund. How can a municipality that is not remitting what is owed to the provincial government for the SEF and for the share of the province for RPT be a recipient of the seal of good governance or be a recipient of the seal of good financial housekeeping? They should be red flagged by the DILG, especially our very weak PD in the province of Lanao del Norte, PD Bruce Calao. I hope the RD of DILG will see me after I speak so that we can resolve this matter in my province. Last, Madam Chair, we are going to take up the DPWH budget. And I would like the DILG, and I'm putting this in the form of a letter, to answer me whether or not it is in compliance with the local government code for municipalities to enact a contractor's tax. Because DPWH and its contractors are telling me we don't have enough budget because may mga additional local taxes, which I don't see in other areas. Contractor's tax. And this is a slippery slope because one municipality gave me that problem. Now there's three municipalities giving me that problem in the first district of Lanao del Norte. I have placed it in writing. I would greatly appreciate it if the DILG will answer me also in writing before the plenary time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
And I hope we can get the support of the committee and our counterparts in the national.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khalid Dimaporo, and I would like the DILG to answer the query of the Honorable Dimaporo before the plenary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with regards to the implementation of the full devolution as provided for by Executive Order 138, as of this time, Madam Chair, the implementation is being held in abeyance
Okay,
upon
kindly
the
just
directive
put
of the
on record, in black and white, your answer, under Secretary Iringan.
Yes,
And
Madam
be
Chair,
sure to answer the query of the Honorable Khalid Dimaporo before our presentation of your budget in the plenary. Next to be recognized is the Honorable Representative Ramon Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our fellow public servants in the DILG and, of course, our esteemed colleagues here present today. Madam Chair, I would just like to direct my first question to the representative of the Secretary. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we'd just like to ask what was the actual proposed budget to the DBM by the department?
Okay, may we get an answer, please?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, our proposed budget for 2024 is 294,624,627 pesos.
Madam Chair, what would be the largest component of the 30 billion slashed?
The largest component would go to the Philippine National Police, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, from the 290 billion proposed and only the NEP now is 260 billion, may we ask historically how much was the proposed budget of last year? The proposal to the DBM, Madam Chair.
May proposal tayo? Yes, last year, Madam Chair, our budget as per the General Appropriations Act is 259 billion pesos.
Madam Chair, apologies, clarification. I meant the proposed budget to the DBM last year.
Magkano sa atin last year? Meron ba tayo? Sino naghahanap?
Okay, who's gonna answer the query?
Apologies, Madam Chair. Our staff are still looking for the numbers. No? Nasaan yan? 2022 yan.
296.
Our proposed budget last year was 296,377,000,000, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked this just to take note of the variances that are occurring. Then it's good to see that at least the NEP that was allowed this time is larger perhaps in both the total value and also its difference from the proposed budget last year. Madam Chair, we have more questions for the DILG OSEC, but seeing as that the good secretary is has official business elsewhere, we will reserve these questions for the plenary. In the meantime, Madam Chair, I would like to direct my next question to the Bureau of Fire, BFP. Madam Chair, may we ask, what is the nature of their earmarked revenue under RA 9514?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the earmarking for the use of the fire code fees collection under Republic Act 9514 is the procurement of firefighting equipment.
Madam Chair, the firefighting equipment, is this solely yung movables or does this include fire trucks and whatnot?
Fire trucks and other firefighting equipment, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I mentioned this because studying the DILG earmarked revenue, it appears only the BFP has earmarked revenue. And as, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, the latest balance was 4.8 billion.
Sorry ko natin 6.1 na. Saan kaya siya nagagaling? Ito.
Sabihin mo sir yung 3.1 plus yung 2022.
Sir, if I'm gonna compare with my record, sir, the adjusted balance that is 4.7, sir, but the actual BEP share now, sir, the total deposited collections, including 2022, is now around 6.1 billion.
Madam Chair, is there any reason that this is not being disbursed or being used by the department?
The automatic appropriation, sir, is only 1 billion. And our concern really, sir, is the process of the procurement from the invitation until post-qualification takes a lot of time, sir. So, meaning, sir, we find it difficult to request for another in the same year, considering that the procurement process takes a long time. Our request, Your Honor, is that if only we were given the chance to utilize, in addition of the 1 billion, at least 2 to 3 billion. That's our request, Your Honor.
Yeah, excuse me. You have heard what the DBM had stated before, earlier, that one reason is because of your absorptive capacity. That's why they cannot release all of your funds or even a bulk of your funds, that special funds or your trust fund, because of your absorptive capacity. It's very clear earlier.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, our BOR is around 98%. And our concern really, Your Honor, is the procurement process takes a lot, takes time really from the invitation towards post-qualification.
Yeah, I think the DILG and the DBM should sit together para mas marami. Tingnan nyo, ang daming request ng other municipalities or LGUs ng kaya tuloy, pati si Kong Khalid Dimaporo nagagalit because you promise him, or the sister, the honorable congressman, pero walang naibibigay. Why? Mahina yata kayo. I think the DILG should do something about that. No? Otherwise, baka mamaya papadefer na naman yung tong budget ninyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree in that interjection, but on a totally different angle, Madam Chair, because I agree, if absorptive capacity is the reason that the DBM is giving, then there is definitely something that the Bureau should improve upon, despite the utilization rate. However, my question, Madam Chair, focusing mostly on the earmarked revenue, supposedly this is something that is to be automatically released to you. So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to find out, although you might have a lengthy post-qualification procedure, Madam Chair, I wanted to find out if ano po ba yung sinabi ng DBM regarding this specific fund. Nag-request po ba yung BFP for the full 5 billion, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, sinubukan na po namin mag-request talaga ng buo. Pero yung automatic appropriations kasi is just 1 billion. So, ang process po ng DBM is, i-obligate muna namin yung 1 billion, saka kami mag-request ng panibago. Ang concern po talaga namin is lengthy yung procurement process kasi pag fire truck.
Okay, that's it.
Yes.
Diba? It's very clear yung sinabi ng ating DBM na mahina. Yung absorptive capacity nyo nga. And to think that it's the DILG who is implementing itong ARTA. Ha? Pero parang ang tagal-tagal, DILG. I think you have to do something about that. Get in touch with the DBM. Help the BFP. Anyway, that's an agency under your umbrella. Para marami tayong mabibili na fire truck. And aside from that, so that we can already also construct fire stations out of that special fund or trust fund that is part of the fire code fees collected by the LGUs.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will sit down with the BFP to look into how we can...
Kayo ang nag-implement ng ARTA eh. Kayo rin yung... Anyway, I think it's so clear in there. Klaro na yan, Are you cleared on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last question po. No?
Okay, yes, please.
I guess we'll just take it up in the plenary. Hopefully, there will be developments by then. Madam Chair, this next question is directed to the BJMP. Madam Chair, would just like to ask for the 2022 actual, ano po yung composition ng unobligated allotment of 2.1 billion pesos?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, the 2.1 billion comprises of the subsistence allowance of our PDLs.
Madam Chair, is there any reason for this not being, or is this just for the remainder of, pero tapos na po, no? 2022 actual, that year is complete. So has this been disbursed fully?
Yeah, that's correct, Madam Chair.
So this is only because this was proposed in the middle of
Yeah,
the year.
because this goes this way, Madam Chair. Our PDL number population is 125,000 and I released for 182,000. That is why meron sir kami mga effort para ma-release itong mga PDL namin. So yun po ang naging reason kung bakit po natira yung pondo.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So I guess, just to be clarified po, no, maybe we request an explanation in writing be submitted to the committee and that this
Madam Chair,
representation
we will
be
submit
furnished a copy of the same.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam.
kindly take note of that, gentlemen.
So, Madam Chair, I'll just reserve the
one
rest of my
last.
questions for the plenary. So in the meantime,
So you're
I'd like-
done?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
So next to be recognized is from the majority. May the chair now recognize the Representative Rodante Marcoleta. Is Representative Marcoleta with us? Okay, so we now move on to the next. The next to be recognized is Deputy Majority Leader Janet Garin. I think they're at the other side, other committee meeting. Okay, nasa kabila sila. So next is Representative Salvador Plato from the majority. Wala rin.
Nandyan.
Andyan. Ay, kung Plato. Plato, not kung Momo. It's kung Salvador Plato. Plato. Palibhasa, galing public works.
Basit laing. Naimbag nga mga alam nyo po. At sa mga taga-DILG, sayang wala na po si Secretary. At sa mga kasama ng DILG family, siyempre sa ating kaibigan, Chief PNP, sa mga kasama, I would like to commend the Office of DILG for your performance in the past year. And I hope that you will continue being committed in helping rebuild our nation. Meron lang ako isang katanungan, General. Maaari po bang magkaroon ng participation ng isang kinatawan, isang congressman sa pagpili o pag-appoint ng Chief of Police sa isang syudad o sa isang bayan?
Okay, Chief PNP.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. With regards to the selection of the Chief of Police or the Provincial Director in the province, these were defined in the provisions of 6975 as amended by 8551. For the municipal, we have the Provincial Director can submit 5 names with regards to the 5 names to the municipal mayor or city mayor. And for the case of the provincial directors, the regional director will submit 3 candidates to the provincial governor. But nevertheless, sir, for purposes of a harmonious relationship with the local government officials and local, elected officials, we are giving considerations para yung suporta at mas magandang serbisyo sa in certain locality. We are giving due considerations on the concerns of some of our legislators, sir.
Okay. So
Thank you
siguro
po.
kausapin mo na lang sila. Talaga naman kasing it's the local chief executive always. Yan ang ano. Pero pwede naman kausapin. Secretly. Okay, so tapos na po?
Hindi,
1 minute pa lang.
salamat, General Acorda. Yun lang po, I would like to manifest my full support to the budget of the DILG. Alam po natin na kulang din eh, talaga po. Kailang sana kung mayroong sources pa tayong makukunan, I would urge the members of the Committee on Appropriation na tulungan po natin sila madagdagan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you po. Thank you.
Okay,
Your Honor.
maraming salamat po, Congressman Salvador Pleito. Next to be recognized is Representative Eulogio Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To our DILG family, the PNP, and BP. Magandang hapon po sa atin lahat. Madam Chair, this is my representation coming from the Lone District of the province of Catanduanes, a very peaceful province with peace-living people. Would like to be informed of the confidential fund and intelligence fund allocated for the province of Catanduanes. I know for a fact that there is a special process for liquidation and auditing of this fund. It is not my concern. What I am interested is in the policy of PNP in making sure the said fund effectively and efficiently utilized. Hindi naman namin pakikialaman ang sa inyong paggamit ng CF and IF. Ganun pa man, sa aking palagay, ay dapat lamang na makitaan natin ang resulta o produkto ng milyones na ginagastos ng ating pamahalaan para sa confidential fund and intelligence fund. Kaya sa aming probinsya na talaga namang bibihira ang mga ganitong mga krimen, kung kaya kapag may nangyayari na ganitong mga krimen ay kinukundina ng mga Katandunganons at sila umaasa na ang mga salarin ay mapapanagot sa batas. Kaya naman talaga nakakalungkot na mula 2016 ay may naitalang 6 na patayan sa aming probinsya na hanggang sa ngayon ay unsolved kahit suspect man lamang ay wala. Una po, ang pamamaril at pagpaslang kay Larry Key noong December 19, 2016. Pangalawa, ang pamamaril at pagpaslang kay Marcos B. sa December 6, 2019. Ang pamamaril at pagpaslang kay Samuel Bisa Jr., January 8, 2020. Ang pamamaril at pagpaslang kay Engineer Jesus Albanyel, September 30, 2020. Ang pamamaril at pagpaslang kay Punong Barangay Lia Balyespin, February 8, 2021. Ang pamamaril at pagpaslang kay Carmel Yubra, May 24, 2022. Ito pong mga kasong ito pong inaabangan ng aking mga kababayan na matagal na nilang gustong malaman ang resulta po nito. Maging ang aking pamilya ay naging biktima ng panloob at pagnanakaw ng mga armadong kriminal noong May 4, 2022. Kung nagawa nga po sa amin, ano pa kaya yung mga ordinaryong mamamayan ng Catanduanes? Hanggang sa ngayon ay walang resultang investigasyon Ang aming probinsya, isang isolated na isla. 2 silver gray na van ang ginamit ng salarin. Iinlan lang sa probinsya ang mga kagaya niya na sasakyan. Baka hindi pa umabot ng mga 10. Pero bakit kahit suspect o person of interest man lamang ay wala? May mga bumubulong sa akin na baka nakatimbre daw. Iwan ko po kung ano ibig nilang sabihin. Sabi nga nila, ito daw, ordinaryo lang daw na pagnanakaw. Sabi ko nga paano naman maging ordinaryong pagnanakaw? Samantalang halos 10 mahigit ang nanloob. Full battle gear. Kompleto, naka-uniforme, nakabonet, ang haba ng dala. Paano po yun masabing ordinaryong pagnanakaw lang po? Sa katunayan po, ang Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Catanduanes Chapter, ay sumulat din po sa PNP para kundinahin ang mga patayan sa probinsya. Mukha pong wala rin pong magandang resulta. Nandito po ang kopya nila na pinareceive po sa PNP. Papakita ko rin ito mamaya sa inyo, bibigay ko rin ito para po mayroon kayong dokumento. So ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, magkano po ba ang intelligence fund at confidential fund ng probinsya ng Catanduanes?
I think your time is up, Congressman. We'll be giving you one last question.
Opo, Madam Chair. Saan po ba ito napupunta? Ang pangalawa kong tanong po, doon po sa nabanggit ko pong mga kaso, pwede po ba malaman kung ano na po ang status po ng investigasyon? Mayroon na bang resulta, Madam Chair?
Okay. Siguro, I think the DILG, particularly the PNP, they had noted your questions, Your Honor. Siguro, pwedeng, we ask the PNP to kindly, if you know the answer now, pwedeng sagutin yon, or otherwise, we'll ask you to answer it in black and white. Or kung hindi naman, kausapin na lang po ninyo si Honorable Eulogio Rodriguez dahil tignan nyo, tama naman yung sinabi niya na kung siya nga pinapasok na, how about those na medyo, mas mababa kaysa sa aming mga kandidato or politiko.
Salamat, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Eulogio Rodriguez. So may we get a brief answer from the DILG?
Salamat, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, malaki po ang aking respeto at saludo po ako sa mga men in uniform dahil ang aking ama po ay kabaro din niyo po. Dahil sa kanyang pagserbisyo po, kami nabuhay at napag-aral. Kung kaya kami po ay umasa rin sa kakayahan at katapatan ng ating PNP.
Okay.
Ako naman po, Madam Chair, full support po ako sa budget ng ating DILG.
Okay.
Full support po ako.
Okay, so maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
You already consumed your time. In fact, you consumed 7 minutes. Okay, next to be recognized is again from the majority. We made the chair now recognize the Representative Bambi Emano.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, up front, would like to ask the Philippine National Police if are they involved in all anti-illegal or smuggling activities operation, Madam Chair?
Asan na ba yung sasabi?
If I
Okay,
am.
may we get an answer? Yes, GPNP?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. With regards to the online gambling operations, the PNP is involved through our anti-cybercrime.
Madam Chair, I was asking about smuggling. Smuggling.
With
So
regards
it's all about smuggling.
smuggling, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we are part whenever there is a basis for the PNP to act on this. And as far as with regards to the cooperation with the other agencies, at times we are being tasked to support them in their operations, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there is the word is if there is a need. Madam Chair, let me show you a very short demographic profile of Misamis Oriental. Actually, to my district actually is to the east. It's Iligan City, and to the west, east is Iligan City, and to the east is actually the four municipalities of Taguluan. And I brought this, Madam Chair. I'm hoping to bring this to the attention of DILG and to the PNP chief, because of the two. While he was a regional director and is aware from Region 10 that used to be in Claveria, Philip Morris existed, and our farmers were planting tobacco. And the local government unit and, of course, the provincial government was earning a lot from the excise tax. And sad to say, Philip Morris left. But on the western part, we had a lot of farmers who are actually planting tobacco. And the challenge is that they spend so much in inputs, they spend so much in labor, and yet the proliferation of illicit cigarettes had been present not only in my province, but in the city of Cagayan de Oro. These pictures last week we had taken from the markets and from the city of Cagayan de Oro, including the province of Misamis Oriental. Please, these pictures, pakabilisan na lang kasi 2 minutes na lang. There. Supposedly, the minimum wage for Misamis Oriental is 405 pesos. The sold now in the province, the original cigarette is 160 per pack. The illegal cigarettes are sold at only 45 pesos per pack, Madam Chair. And the next slide, the audacity of selling it in a market, those illegal brands, Madam Chair, and by reams and in front of public markets. It will certainly, definitely affect my tobacco farmers. Can I get the commitment, Madam Chair, of Philippine National Police of more operations to apprehend, jail, and whatever they will do to hopefully stop those illegal cigarettes? And they are actually some, I was told, were sold, made in the islands of Mindanao and other from the neighboring countries, Madam Chair.
Okay. So,
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
yes,
With regards to this, sir, we, the PNP, under my leadership, we are giving our commitment. And of course, the Regional Director of Proten, Police Brigadier Co-op is here. And we will be doing our best. And just to inform this august body, the PNP, aside from its the law and the operational side, we are also a part of the economic intelligence, wherein the PNP is also a part of this law enforcement subcommittee. So with that, sir, we will consider this as one of our primary consideration, given this concern, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, if it would be possible, one of the primary consideration would not be enough. If this representation would be submitted and given a monthly report of operation against the illicit cigarettes in the province of Misamis Oriental, Madam Chair, or in the neighboring provinces, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We will do that,
Are
Madam
you-
Chair, Your Honor.
Yeah. Next, Madam Chair, would like to go to on the briefer that was given. There was a mention of additional purchase for 2024 for motor vehicle for the different police stations in the province. May I know if they were able to purchase for 2023, Madam Chair?
So, I think you have allocation for 2023 for the purchase of motor vehicles. May I just maybe
For Philippine
know
National
as to
Police,
whether it was the allocation was already consummated.
We have a upcoming delivery this coming September. Let me check my records, sir, if Misamis Oriental is one of the beneficiary.
No, I think the question is kung nakapag-purchase na.
Yeah, nakabili po kayo? Nakabili ba, Madam Chair? Were you able to purchase for 2023, Madam Chair? Yung sa 2022 po niyo na budget, Madam Chair, nakabili ba
So
for
it is
2023?
2022.
Next, was it distributed already?
So were you
Yes,
able
sir, we
to
were able
utilize?
to purchase. I'll get the number, Your Honor.
Tapos na kasi 2022, I think the question of the Honorable Emano is whether you were able to utilize the amount for the purchase of motor vehicle that is fund for GAA 2022, under GAA 2022. Kasi hanggang December na lang yan, we're 2023 now. Baka kung hindi pa kayo nakapagbili, sa tagal niyong bumili, wala, ma-revert yung pondo nyo. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. For this period, we were able to purchase 661, and to further categorize it.
Madam Chair, were they distributed already?
Ayun.
Were they distributed already?
May I give the floor to our logistics?
Yeah, Madam Chair, because time's running. It's 4:17, 4:18.
Madam Chair, I'm Police Brigadier General Nervin Satig.
Kaya nga, Madam Chair, time's running eh. Yes, please.
For the calendar 2022, it has been already purchased and has been delivered already to the respective end users, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And for the 2023, we have already conducted the early procurement activities. And by September, it will be delivered soon and will undergo the evaluations and inspections. And such time that it will be accepted, it will go for the distributions, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think that's very clear.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. And would like just to remind that we have a pending request. We've sent already to the office of the PNP chief. Hopefully, it will be considered. In one of the municipalities, which is very important, Initaw, sir, you're aware of Initaw, in between Iligan City and Cagayan de Oro, which is actually very needed. Let me proceed to the Bureau of Fire, Madam Chair. For the last 15 seconds, would like to thank him for actually giving one fire truck to the municipality of Taguluan, which is an industrial municipality. But still have one pending also, Madam Chair. In Initaw again, in the middle of Upol and Lugait. Can I get the assurance of the Bureau of Fire that they will be allotted one, Madam Chair?
What is that? A fire truck or?
Fire truck to Madam.
Iba pa yung motorcycle.
Fire truck, Madam Chair.
Okay. But no problem about the motorcycle because you
No motorcycle. Fire truck, Madam Chair.
Okay, fire truck now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes ko ng yes, ha?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two more, but my time expired already. Hopefully, I'll be able to register for the second round. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayong hapon sa tanan.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Bambi Emano. Next to be recognized is the Honorable Representative Romeo Ako.
One stick na tayo?
Ay. Bambi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa atin lahat.
Tapos na yun.
After Kong Akop. Kayo po. Kong Akop is recognized by the chair.
Thank you. May I know from the DILG if it is true that in 2024, your estimated unfilled position would amount to 18,652?
Madam Chair, as of now, our unfilled positions are 15,191. Madam Chair.
Kindly repeat your answer.
What's the answer?
Our vacant positions right now to cover
Unfilled.
all the attached bureaus and agencies under the DILG is 15,191, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
That is the unfilled positions. Are you satisfied, Kong Akop?
Hindi ko po nakuha yung number eh.
It's like 15?
Your
Tama
Honor,
po ba? Tama po ba na yung estimate ng inyong unfilled positions by 2024 would amount to 18,652? Yun po yung katanungan.
Wala. Meron ba tayong estimates?
For the whole DILG family?
Meron ba tayong estimates?
Is that, does that include all, particularly the men in uniform in your
As of
department?
The number that we have now, Madam Chair, Your Honor, is 15,191 as of June 30 of 2023.
Okay.
No. I am asking whether your estimated number of unfilled positions by 2024 would amount to 18,652. Or 6% out of the 311,225 authorized positions of the department.
Okay, is it possible that by 2024, your unfilled position is more or less about 18,000? Bagal kayong mag-fill up eh. Your recruitment is mabagal. That's why we expect. If you have to ask me, Kong Akop, palagay ko, ganyan ang mangyayari.
Madam Chair, marami pang nag-aantay ng ang kanilang time na magtanong. May I go to the other question? If I look at your expenditure program by object, very, very glaring po yung expenditure ninyo insofar as supplies and materials are concerned. According to my record, starting 2017, your expenditure for supplies and materials was 13.6 billion. In 2018, it was 12.6 billion. In 2019, 14.5 billion. 14.9 billion in 2020, and 17 billion in 2021. Mapupuno po siguro ng supplies and materials yung buong DILG building. If I spend 17.5 billion for supplies and materials, may I know why this is so?
Madam Chair, may I request Assistant Secretary Esther Aldana to reply to that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the figures as stated by Honorable Congressman is true, and may I reckon the report on the distribution of the Office of the Supplies and Materials on the 2022 data, which is 17.8, and 2023, 17.9, and 2024 proposed is around 18 billion. This is distributed by agency, Madam Chair, Your Honor, and the biggest of which goes to the PNP, which contributed to 63% of the total 17 billion, 30% goes to BGMP, and the rest, 7%, is shared by other agencies. And supplies and materials is composed of procurement for drugs and medicines, fuel, oil, and lubricants, medical, dental, and laboratory supplies, office supplies, including IT supplies, and other supplies and materials such as janitorial supplies. But on the account of the PNP, this 63% goes to their maintenance and operating expenses of PNP offices, which they have an allotted amount of per station, per office is 1,390, Your Honor. And for the BGMP, which is 30%, 4 billion of which is for the food supplies, Your Honor.
Dati na tayong nagtutunggali eh. Ano po kaya ang dahilan bakit ganito kalaki ng expenditures sa expense class na ito, supplies and materials?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as mentioned, these supplies not only pertains to coupon bonds or the usual office supplies, but the supplies and materials covers other expenditures such as fuel, oil, and lubricants, which are commonly used for operating expenses, and the bulk of these supplies are for operating expenses, Your Honor.
Thank you. My next question will be through to NAPOLCOM and the Bureau of Fire Protection. Pursuant to Republic Act 6963, you are in receipt of funds from the trust receipts of the Philippine National Police. Would this be correct?
Your Honor, we received funds out of the trust receipts from the PNP amounting to 295,571,579. And we utilize for the scholarship fund 82,723,999, and we have a fund balance of 212,847,000.
NAPOLCOM?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. The same thing is true with the National Police Commission. These are for purposes of the scholarship of those families of the PNP who have been the subject matter of temporary and total permanent disability and death benefits, Your Honor.
There is a finding by COA that these funds are not, shall we say, utilized fully. If I may quote the observation of COA, that the management of NAPOLCOM to deposit the scholarship funds to the Bureau of Treasury. This is in regard to the very low utilization of scholarship funds with an utilized balance of 95.3 million as of 2022 due to primarily to lack of proper coordination and inadequate dissemination. That is true insofar as NAPOLCOM is concerned. May I ask, is that true also with the Bureau of Fire Protection?
Your Honor, the process before Your Honor is only one out of one child, one dependent lang ang pwede magka-avail ng scholarship. What we did, Your Honor, is lahat na po nung anak nung namatayan, maka-avail na po ng scholarship program para maka-catch up po kami sa balanse po namin.
No, what I'm asking is, are you fully utilizing the funds received from the Philippine National Police? Kasi kung hindi, di bigay na lang natin dun sa PNP para magamit po nila.
In the last year, Your Honor, wala na pong binaba sa amin, but upon request na po namin, magre-request na po kami sa PNP. So, unlike before na specific talaga yung binibigay na share sa amin.
That is pursuant to a special provision in the 2023 GAA. Kasi may provision na ron sa 2023 na hindi na pwede yung basta-basta ibigay sa inyo yung share ninyo. You have to request for it pursuant to that provision. Tama? Correct? So,
Correct, Your-
what you're trying to tell me is, nagamit nyo lahat yung mga nakaraan before the 2023 GAA. Huh?
I will correct my statement, Your Honor. May balanse pa po kami na naiwan out nung exact share namin the previous years.
Naiwan? May naiwan?
May naiwan pa po kami balanse.
Thank you. I go to the Philippine National Police.
Okay, one last question, Your Honor, because your time
Yes,
expired.
Madam Chair, thank you. There's a COA observation. I think you have a problem insofar as your procurement of automated night vision devices and 7.62 millimeter sniper rifles are concerned. Would that be true? The PNP? Kasi wala yung Director for Logistics ninyo.
May I give the floor to
Kasi
the
hinahanap ko na nga siya kanina eh.
Okay, kindly respond to
Madam Chair, this pertains to the procurement of night vision goggles and as well as as you've been mentioned, Madam Chair. Actually, it has been under the program of under the PITC, Madam Chair. I will check with that.
Madam Chair, hindi po masasagot ng representative ng DL simply because yung DL mismo wala rito. So, I would just like to request the PNP to give me a report insofar as this is concerned. And Madam Chair, may I ask that the PNP also explain to me why they have an obligated release for capital outlay and for MOE in the amounts of 3.9 billion in 2022 for capital outlay and for MOE 3.13 billion. And to explain also the amount of 5.7 billion as unobligated allotment. Kasi sayang po itong mga perang ito eh, kung hindi po natin magamit.
Okay, do you need an answer now?
Thank you.
Or not anymore?
Submit na lang sila ng report kasi
Mag-submit na lang na report. You kindly,
minamadali
I
na
think
po ako
you
ni
have heard the
Congressman
request
Rehencia eh.
of the Honorable Akop. Kindly
Thank you, Madam Chair.
just give a report
Yes,
to
Madam Chair. We will,
the Committee on Appropriation, copy furnished Honorable Romeo Akop. Thank you, Congressman Akop. Next to be recognized is Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues who are still here with me. And of course, my greetings to the Department of Interior and Local Government, the Office of the Secretary. While Secretary Ben-Hur is not here, let me just express our deep appreciation for the excellent leadership of Secretary Ben-Hur Abalos. I will later show the achievements of the Department of Interior and Local Governments, and that is due to the leadership of Secretary Ben-Hur Abalos. Then I'd like to recognize our Chief PNP. He was assigned in Cagayan de Oro for 3 years, and he was very successful and effective to provide peace and order, especially during the last elections. Thank you very much, our Chief PNP, Benji Acorda. Also, I'd like to therefore state that your regional director is an outstanding regional director who coordinates with the congressmen and who are able to provide and protect our people of Cagayan de Oro. Is R.D. Lawrence Co. present? Please stand. That is the man who is responsible for a very good administration of peace and order in our country. And then I go now to Director Louis Paracan. Louis, you are a good friend thank you for the Hino fire trucks that you gave. I have another letter now for another one for next year. Okay. So thank you very much, and you have a very outstanding. I attended the BFP 32nd anniversary, correct? 32nd na kayo, di ba? And that is why, where is Regional Director, my favorite exemplary director, Carlos Dueñas? Saan kayo, Carlos? Wala sila. Hindi mo pinapunta, wala kang pamasahe. Okay. Anyway, so Carlos Dueñas invited me. I was the main speaker of the 32nd anniversary. And then we also BGMP. Yan. Andito si Cesar. Andito si Ruel Rivera, Director. Thank you very much. You gave us one van and one Innova to our prisoners. So, social ang prisoners natin doon. And is RD Cesar Langawin present here? Where is Cesar Langawin? Wala yung mga directors mo? Okay, I hope they're watching. So these are the people and men who are working in our department. I cannot say this to Regional Director Suico because the director of the DILG has not visited my office even once. Is Director Suico here? DILG. Where are you? To be recognized. Wala ka. You didn't even visit your congressman. Is that how you respect the congressman of Region 10? And you are in Cagayan de Oro? Director? No, we do not countenance such kind of action. The other regional directors coordinate with the congressman. Because after all, we approve your budget here in Congress. So please, directors, see your congressman. Then you come here to ask for budget. And you do not even have that respect, basic minimum respect, to see the congressman, Director Suico. And then pupunta ka sa opisina ko just last week to give the budget. Goodness, Madam Chair. So anyway, let us proceed with the budget. And I can see here, this is the only time we can be able to speak and come out with what we think and what we feel. Now, let me just tell, therefore, the good achievements of the Department of Interlocal Government. First of all, Madam Chair, there have been 27,485 drug-cleared barangays. That is a big achievement. With 6 from June last year to June this year. And then 65,000 persons arrested, 5,079 high-value targets arrested. Total drugs confiscated, 16 billion, Madam Chair. And then we go to the success of the DILG in improving the national crime situation by lowering the crime rate index, the index and the non-index crimes. And then, Madam Chair, we have also the successes of Secretary Ben Horabalos, where 18 resignations of those involved in crimes, especially drugs, had been accepted. 953 police officials filed their courtesy resignations. And therefore, we see that he is really going after hoodlums in uniform. So, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, we now go to the budget. I am surprised, Madam Chair, that the budget of the DILG and the attached agencies have only been increased by a measly 2.6%. We will know from the DILG how much was submitted to the DBM so that we will know how much was slashed, preventing the good governance that is provided for on all local governments by the DILG and the peace and order of our country, the basic ingredient for development of our country. May we know?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the DILG submitted a proposed budget for 2024 to the tune of 294,624,000,000, Your Honor. 294,624,627,000, Your Honor.
In other words, the DBM has slashed your budget, a very important of this country's development, you have been reduced by no less than 294 minus 262. How much?
29 billion, Your Honor.
29 billion, Madam
Billion.
Chair. I think we should be able to help
Yeah,
them. It is
thank
already
you very
adjusted.
much.
I will wind up.
It's
Yeah, I will wind up now.
okay.
Because I have
One last.
Can you submit the more important, so slash by how much? 29.
29 billion pesos, Your Honor.
29 billion, that's why nagalit si Khalid. Walang fire truck, kunti lang fire trucks eh. And so therefore, I would therefore move in the proper time, Madam Chair, to not only approve the budget of the DILG and the attached agencies, but to increase the budget. Finally, my last note is, I will move in the proper time, Madam Chair, because of the request of the Honorable Honorable Regional Director Carlos Dueñas, 92 million to be included in the budget for 2024 for the regional office of our Bureau of Fire, because you're staying in a very small office. Secondly, for the BGMP, with our dear Director Roel Rivera, I will move for the inclusion of 100 million for the regional office. It's very small already. And so therefore, Madam Chair, I finally state that for Cagayan de Oro, we thank former Police Chief Aaron Mandia, who has been promoted, for him to be disrecorded, and for also congratulate the coming in of Police Colonel Salvador Radam. And we congratulate for a peaceful, safe fiesta of Cagayan de Oro of St. San Agustin. Therefore, Madam Chair, I now would end this particular interpellation with the request to my fellow members of Congress. Let us not only approve the budget of the DILG in the amount of 262 billion, but to increase it by no less than 27 billion. So move, Madam Chair, so that we will have peace and order and development in our country with a very well-performing DILG and all the attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your motion. Is that a motion?
Motion in the proper time.
Okay. Yes.
But for emphasis, it's already a motion. That's why they were clapping, because, you know, a big slash, 29 billion, Madam Chair, and I know our Congresswoman Banti Quaresma, will lead a charge in the plenary that we are going to increase the entire budget of the LG and the attached agencies. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That's well noted by the chairman, no less than the chairman, Saldico, who is with us now.
Oh, is the chairman here?
Again,
Okay.
Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. So the next to be recognized.
Madam Chair,
Madam
before
Chair.
that, let me just really bow and give my homage to our chairman of the Committee on Appropriations.
Madam Chair.
He is the one who is going to make sure that you will be restored, that we'll have more fire trucks, police cars, and then also prisoners' vans. Is that correct, Chairman Ko? Can we hear you?
Yes, at the proper time.
Yeah, yes, so my commitment already, proper time is the plenary. With our chairman, I am sure that 27 billion will be restored. Thank you very much, Chairman and Chairpersons. Thank you for the time given to the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, representative of Cagayan de Oro, City of Golden Friendship, Rufus Rodriguez.
Madam Chair, we would like to thank the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez for his very passionate manifestation.
Okay, so thank you very much, and also to our chairman. Sabi niya, oo. Okay, pero ito naman, para naman yung mga nagre-request, mapagbigyan, ano. Okay, so next to be recognized is the Honorable Representative Edsel Lagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no budgetary questions with respect to the DILG and its attached agencies. Anyway, you invariably get what is proposed in the NEP, and sometimes even augmentation with the likes of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez bellowing for your augmentation. The policy questions I would like to ask have already been asked and answered. But I just received a policy issue which I think I should be able to articulate. may we know basically what civilian functions are exercised by PNP personnel?
Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, may we get an answer?
Yeah, may I request the Chief of the Philippine National Police to answer, please?
Okay, may the Chief PNP kindly answer the query of Honorable Edsel Lagman?
I'm sorry, sir. May I be clarified with the question, sir?
What civilian functions are performed by PNP personnel?
To our appreciation, sir, as embodied in the Constitution, that the PNP will be national in scope, but civilian in character. This distinguishes from the military attitude, although not to exaggerate on the mindset of the military, that it's more of inclined in the combat or what do you call that, in warfare attitude. But for the PNP, sir, we consider it as more of the enforcement of, like its primary function, the law enforcement of the enforcement of the law, and of course to prevent and the control of crimes. So it's more of under rule of law, and also being civilian in character, it is also covered by civil service, except for them for those in the upper level wherein it's directly under the president, especially for the third level. That, Your Honor, is my appreciation of civilian in character, wherein it's really more of directly connecting with the civilians.
I am asking that question, Madam Chair, so that we can free the PNP personnel to perform their basic police duty and internal security obligations. Let me go specifically. Is the registration of firearms a basic police activity, or it can be devolved to civilian authority?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, considering that the control of firearms, if I go back to the prior to the enactment of 6975, it belongs to the Philippine Constabulary. But then, with the enactment of 6975, it was transferred to the PNP. Being a regulatory body and adapting to the concept of being civilian in character, to my appreciation, sir, it is but fit and proper that this will really go to the PNP, sir.
But registration of firearms can be performed by purely civilian personnel. Is that correct? Or by a civilian agency? Because that is not inherently a security or police function. Kindly consider that, sir.
As it was mandated to us by law, sir, we are performing this regulation of.
But laws are not irreparable. Laws can be amended, and If there is a need to have a remedial legislation, then we can do it. Number two, how about autopsy examination? Can this be devolved to purely civilian employees or personnel?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as of now, there are two known officers. Also, there are civilians. In the PNP, we have the forensic group, the formerly crime lab, that is performing this forensic examination. But also, some private or civilians are doing it with some accreditation, and also, to my understanding, the NBI also have their this function, Your Honor.
Another, these ballistic and paraffin test reports, can this be conducted by civilian personnel?
Based on the provisions of the law, Your Honor, it is now, as of now, the PNP through the forensic group also is doing this kind of examination, Your Honor.
But please study this, and if there is a need to amend the existing law, then we could make the necessary remedial legislation. And fourth, custody of contraband and illegal drugs. Can this not be devolved to purely civilian function, apart from the organization of the PNP?
Your Honor, as of now, upon for confiscated illegal drugs, upon confiscation and proper examination by our forensic group, it's being turned over to the PIDEA, and also subject for destruction once this is given through authority, through a resolution by the court, Your Honor.
Anyway, I am asking these questions, Madam Chair, so that in these particular activities like forensic and custody of contrabands and illegal drugs, the PNP personnel would be shielded from suspicion that they influence the eventual report which they need in the prosecution of criminal elements. And also to give integrity and impartiality to these forensic reports and the very custody of drugs, because of recent developments where confiscated drugs are brought back to the market.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, with regards to that or possibility, we do agree that there is really need to really define at one point about the exchanges or the chains of custody of these illegal drugs. And on the part of the PNP, that is one of the issues that is usually being attacked by the court, wherein the integrity or the integrity of the chain of custody, and with a third party or another entity that may take custody of these drugs after police operation and proper evaluation. To my appreciation, but maybe with further studies with the with the members of the forensic group or from technical working group, the better that a third party will handle this. Your Honor.
Madam Chair, it's hard to decipher the answers of the PNP chief. But anyway, at the moment, I have no further budgetary nor policy questions. And I would like to underscore that if the DILG and attached agencies and their officers and personnel are not getting any complaints from me, then they must be performing their job well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Edsel Lagman. Next to be recognized is Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Banti Quaresma, Chairman Saldico, Vice Chair Joboy Aquino, Vice Chair Arnie Fuentebella. Mayong hapon sa tanan, sa taga-DILG, at saka to all its attached agencies. First of all, I would like to, diretso na lang ko, I would like to congratulate my Director for PRO 11, Police Brigadier General Alden Delvo, for making it to as the best police regional office during the 2023 Police Service anniversary. My warmest congratulations. And let me take this opportunity also to congratulate one of your police station commanders by the name of Police Major Nelson Violan, who was working very hard. Kaya hindi na ako mag-comment sa mga previous commanders dyan. This guy is working very hard, and I think he deserves a commendation. He was able to apprehend one of the suspects of the killings, series of killings in my district. I think the operation was done last Saturday, and this suspect, I think, could lead to the solution of the other cases. I would like to give you a background of what happened in my district. This started about 3 years ago. There were a series of killings of IP tribal leaders. These are indigenous people leaders. And yes, there are suspects, there are warrants of arrest. And because of the events, the series of killings, I consulted a lot of veteran and seasoned investigators, mostly retired or former PNP officers. We can establish a pattern because all those 11 or 12 who were killed, hindi pa kasama yung hindi napatay sa mga inambush o binaril, are all members of the Matigsalog tribe, one of the most deprived tribes, not only in my district, but I think in Mindanao. And there is also a pattern of the suspects. Karamihan ng mga suspects belong, I think 90%, if not all, belong to a group called Bagani Command or Bagani Warriors. Nagtataka lang ako kung bakit gitolerate ng NCIP to na nag-create ng Bagani Warrior or Bagani Command. Wala namang NPA sa distrito ko. My district has been insurgency-free. Alam ni General Delvo yan. My district has been insurgency-free. We were very much ahead than the other areas in the region. The entire Davao region is now declared insurgency-free. Kung bakit merong armado na grupo na hindi PNP, hindi naman AFP. And I tell you, we were living very peacefully in the past years until that group was created. Nagsunod-sunod na ang patay. It is in my area, it is in my district that you can see the great Philippine eagle. It is in my district that you can see the waling-waling. The fruits, the king of the fruits, durian, nasa distrito ko yan. Flowers, nasa distrito ko yan. There are a lot of tourists that goes to my district. Nasisira ang pangalan sa distrito ko nang dahil sa patayan na yan. So, as a congressman, this is my 5th time elected as congressman. Bago ako naging congressman, konsihal ako sa Davao, 9 years. So, kabisado ko yung distrito ko. Kilala ko yung mga tao. And I would like to report officially, as the congressman of my district, that there is an armed group in my area called Bagani Warriors or Bagani Command. And I would like to request the PNP to please help us disarm and disband or dismantle this group. I have already communicated to the East Mincom because I'm a reserve officer myself. I also have my intelligence informations. They were willing to help us. Pero mangyari ito, nandiyan naman si General Delvo, ang frontline talaga sa pag-disarm ito is the PNP. Ang reporting kasi sa media, and I think that's also the kind of reporting na nakakarating sa inyong mga opisina, individual cases, isa-isa. I am positive that there is a pattern. Matigsalog tribe, lahat ang namamatay. There is a group which is possible na gusto i-eliminate yung buong tribo. Kawawang-kawawa. Imagine, yung chairman or tribal chieftain ng Matigsalog tribe, pinatay. At saka hindi lang ito chairman, barangay captain ito. Yung second chairman na pumalit, pinatay din. In the span of 2 or 3 years. Yung last na pinatay was only last month, July 1st, 2 pinatay. So, I was supposed to just talk to the PNP chief at saka kay DILG Secretary Abalo sana because this is a parochial concern. But sa tingin ko, hindi na ito parochial concern because this will involve the annihilation of one tribe. Let us help this Matigsalog tribe kasi kawawa ang mga ito. They are deprived, really deprived. A group that has no voice, has no, I will say, standing, but sila yung pinapatay ngayon. So thank you very much, and I hope the PNP will act on my request.
Okay, thank you. So may we get an answer from the PNP?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, having heard the concern of Honorable Isidro Ungab, sir, we will look into this and we will be making the necessary adjustment in our operations and intelligence operations and investigation in this so that your concern will be addressed, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think it's well taken by the Honorable Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab. So thank you, DS Isidro Ungab. Next to be recognized is Deputy Majority Leader Alfredo de los Santos. So our Deputy Majority Leader Alfredo de los Santos is not with us. So we move on to the next. Representative Jaime Fresnedi is recognized by the chair. Wala din siya. So may we recognize Vice Chair Fernando Cabredo. Wala na rin. Next to be recognized, I think Representative Sandro Ando Uwaminal is with us. Wait, nagkamali yata ako. Tama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to clarify lang po with regards to the deployment of our police officers, especially in providing security personnel to private individuals. Because I have here a copy of a memo which was signed by the Provincial Director of Zamboanga del Sur in the person of Colonel Albarico. And in here, it is stated that per reference of the routing slip from the Office of the Chief PNP, it is ordering for the security, provision of security to Barangay Chairwoman Sheila Agunoy of Barangay Bañadero, Ozamis City. And in this regard, it is directed that these PNP personnel are ordered to escort the said VIP to Ozamis City. Gusto ko lang po klaruhin, Madam Chair, kasi I am under the impression that it is the PSPG who is providing security. And tuwing kailan po ba na yung Chief PNP or Office of the Chief PNP ang nagbibigay ng direct order to provide security for certain individuals, Madam Chair?
Okay, maybe get an answer from the Chief PNP.
Madam Chair, we don't normally give or provide security to private individuals, but when there is a basis for to believe that there is a risk of life involved and that there is enough ground to believe that we have to provide in order that to avoid loss of lives, we have to take some appropriate action, Your Honor, without necessarily providing in the form of security, Your Honor.
So in other words, Chief PNP, civilians are also, or private individuals are also allowed to have a security from the PNP?
No, not in the form of security, Your Honor, but we have to provide some provisions to protect lives, Your Honor. Not in the form of security, unless it falls under the provisions as provided in how we provide protective agents and BIP security, but not as mentioned in the memo.
Oh, parehas na rin yun. To protect, security na rin yan. Okay, are you satisfied, Honorable Uwamina?
Madam Chair, I would like to ask also, how many similar orders from the Office of the Chief PNP have been released already? Yung request for security personnel for certain individuals na ganito po kabilis na galing talaga sa Office of the Chief PNP. And I'm also wondering why the order is addressed to the Region 9 when this barangay chairwoman, who is in fact suspended from performing her duties, is a barangay chairman of Region 10. And is it, are we saying that there is distrust in the police officers of Region 10, particularly in Misamis Occidental, na kailangan pa po mag-pull out ng police officers from Region 9 na dalhin sa Region 10, when in fact, I think Regional Director General Co-op is here, he mentioned na sa Misamis Occidental, very low crime rate, but only vehicular accidents yung mataas. So bakit kailangan mag-import from Region 9? Kasi parang sometimes, this actually happened without coordination with the local police. So bakit kailangan mag-criss-cross yung, Madam Chair? I would like to clarify that.
Anyway, Madam Chair, Your Honor, with regards to that particular request, I would like to review it and the flow of the communication. If there was some misinterpretation along the way, but we do not definitely we do not provide private security as mentioned in that memo, unless as provided through our circulars. There is a policy on that, and we have to follow that, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, my question was why galing sa why ask officers from Region 9 when there are enough officers in Region 10? Is there a distrust? Yun po yung gusto kong klaruhin, Mr. Chair.
Chief, kindly answer.
Maybe that particular request, Your Honor, has some mistrust on the police on Ms. Ox, so to avoid further questions on the part of the police. It must have, in an attempt to avoid the nitty-gritty of further questions, where to get some police force as to this request. But we will look into this, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I cannot seem to comprehend the answer, but for the information of this committee, itong person na to is facing a criminal case for violation of RA 10591 or the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunitions Act. And sa hearing niya, she is being escorted rather by officers from Region 9 na hindi nga nakipag-coordinate sa Region 10. And medyo matulis po sa mata ng mga tao na may personnel carrying long arms na nag-escort outside the court. And this is not the first time that it happened in Osamis, because a few months ago, a suspended police officer was also escorted by several police officers or SWAT, members of the SWAT, from the Negros police station, Madam Chair. So parang what is wrong with the police officers of Region 10? When in fact, again, Regional Director Co-op mentioned that there is a low crime rate. And parang, I think it is also unfair to the people of Region 9 na nabawasan sila ng security ng police personnel. I have here the Crime Incident Reporting and Analysis System, or CIRAS, and in Region 9, there are 3,232 crimes that transpired from January 1 to August 28, 2023. Whether it's solved or unsolved, the fact remains that they have not been prevented. Tapos babawasan pa natin ang police officers to escort the suspended barangay chairwoman of Osamis who is facing a criminal case, Madam Chair. I cannot seem to connect the situation or the wisdom behind this decision, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but your time is up. But we would like to hear a comment from the PNP.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. With regards to that particular official and who is facing criminal charges, if I remember it right, he had written me so many times about the risk on her life and about his distrust on the police force in Misamis Occidental. I cannot take in my conscience that if upon persistent request and sometimes she cries on my office, I cannot in my conscience, sir, to allow him just fade away without me doing anything, Your Honor. That is my stand, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think it's...
Mr. Chair, can I...
Okay, we'll be giving
because this is this is also in relation to the leadership of the Region 10 Police. Kasi if we are gonna rely on some testimony of individual complaining na they don't trust the PNP in that area, isn't it an insult also to the police officers who are performing their duties diligently and in accordance to their oath, Mr. Chair, na just because sinabi ng na I don't trust the police of Misamis Occidental, bigyan mo ako ng police officers from Region 9 or from Region 7, ganun agad, without even investigating or gathering information kung kumusta talaga yung performance of the police officers of that area, Mr. Chair. Kasi, as I've said, siguro okay lang po kung Region 9 is crime-free. But there are thousands of crimes being committed in Region 9 and babawasan pa natin all because of a certain allegation na they don't trust the police officers of Misamis Occidental or Region 10 for that matter, Mr. Chair. No, so, the statistics are very alarming. There are more than 3,500 total murders and homicides in the Philippines for the past 8 months. That is an average of 15 killings per day.
Okay.
And we do not want to be part of that statistics, Mr. Chair. So can we, how can we get the assurance from our PNP? No, ayaw po namin na ma-resolve. We don't want a case resolved. We want a case prevented, Mr. Chair.
Okay, pag-usapan na lang ninyo, Chief PNP. You kindly just coordinate with the Honorable Congressman para at least magkaliwanagan lahat. Okay, so thank you very much.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kong Uwaminal, the next representative to be recognized is the Honorable Alfredo, Deputy Majority Leader Alfredo de los Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is addressed to the Bureau of Fire. Noon pong 2021, you made a projection for the fire code fees na between 2.5 to 4.5 kada taon ang inyong makokolekta. 4.5 billion. In fairness naman po, noong 2022, you collected 3.6 billion, which is above your 3.1 billion projection. May I ask, ano po yung status ng 2023 collection nyo?
As of June of this year, sir, we already hit the 2.7 billion as of June, sir.
2.7 billion po. So, sinabi nyo po, according to the modernization law, kailangan po natin ng 5 billion pesos per year to sustain the modernization 10-year plan. Ano po ba ang ini-exert na effort ng BFP para maabot ang amount na ito, Mr. Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as you can see in the collection of the fire code fees, we are increasing by about 17%. We intensify the collection of fire code fees. Last year po, 2021, 2022, gano'n na po yung increase rate po natin, more than 10%. Kaya po, Your Honor, in this, up to June pa lang, nakahit na po tayo ng 2.7 billion. And hopefully, we can close the year around 4 billion pesos, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. The reason why I ask, Mr. Chair, is because based on our conversations with my colleagues and my observation with the leadership of Bureau of Fire, medyo may konting problema po sa commitment ang ating leadership ng Bureau of Fire pagdating sa mga promises na nagagawa. Katulad po ng narinig natin kanina, may mga promise po na hindi nasunod. Meron din pong commitment na mga nakakalimutan ng ating leadership sa Bureau of Fire. Mr. Chair, siguro po, hingin ko na lang po ang assurance ng ating Fire Chief na maaalagaan niyo po ba itong 10-year modernization plan? Kung ito nga po mga maliliit na bagay, hindi natin nagagawa po. Kumbaga yung mga pangako po, napapako po.
First, Your Honor, I sincerely apologize if there were some miscommunication. Actually, Your Honor, it was just a case of miscommunication. Nabigay po namin...
Mr. Chair, I think a message of consider it done is not a term of miscommunication. In my interpretation, a message of consider it done is an assurance that it is already done. So, Mr. Chair, in my opinion, I hope our fire chief would be better in addressing the promises that he has made in this August chamber.
I promise, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May standing grants na rin po ba ang FIRE sa public-private partnership, Mr. Chair, sa pag-i-execute ng modernization ng BFP?
May mga programa po kami regarding private and public partnership, Your Honor, but hindi pa po namin...
Thank you. Mr. Chair, ano po kaya ang assurance natin na itong mga private companies na nakikipag-partner sa atin, i-uphold ang kanilang mga usapan come the 10th year of this modernization plan? Ano po ang assurance or proteksyon ng ating gobyerno laban dito?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yun pong partnership po natin with private companies. Naka-layout po yan sa contracts po natin, atin pong memorandum of understanding and memorandum of agreement with them.
Yes, thank you. Also, Mr. Chair, I understand that there are issues sa LGU na hindi nagre-remit ng 20% ng fire code fees collection sa National Treasury. Baka naman po kaya hindi nila nire-remit ay dahil hindi na bumabalik sa kanila yung dapat din na nagagamit ng LGU.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, just 3 weeks, exactly one month ago, Your Honor, we already downloaded, coming from the DBM directly to the LGUs, the 20% share of the LGU, Your Honor. Na ibaba na po ng DBM.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin po, hindi na po mamamroblema ang pag-implement at ang pagpapaganda ng mga gamit natin na dapat doon na kukunin dahil sa inyo po ay 80%, 20% sa LGU, tama po ba?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
So hindi na po ba mamroblema yung ating mga lumang mga fire truck, ating mga sira-sirang gamit, maaayos na po natin ito?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, Your Honor, as we have shared this morning, na may available na trust fund po naman kami to cover this up. We will coordinate, gaya ng instruction po ng ating chairperson, na mag-coordinate lang po kami sa DILG on adjustments that we can make with the procurement process, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last question.
With the permission lang, can I just interject? In line lang with Congressman Apid, can you submit to us, to this committee, the number of fire stations that we have now and ilan pa po yung kulang? And the number also of fire trucks that we have now and ilan pa po yung kulang? Para malaman po natin ilan po talaga yung budget na kinakailangan natin from the fire stations and the fire trucks.
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Thank you. Congressman Apid, kindly continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro last ko na lang sa Bureau of Fire. So meron na rin po ba tayong na-formulate na guidelines para sa appraisal at disposal ng uneconomical at obsolete equipments at systems ng ating ahensya?
Yes, Your Honor. Ongoing po yung disposal namin of properties.
Mr. Chair, ano po yung assurance natin na apply itong guidelines na to?
We have the guidelines, Your Honor, and it is being checked with COA also before the disposal of properties. Palagay ko, Your Honor, we are following the usual accounting and auditing procedure naman sa disposal ng properties.
So can we say that it is 100% implemented, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. To be honest, funding, procurement at acquisition of lots po talaga ang maging primary determinant ng kalalabasan ng modernization ng ating BFP, and this representation would like to manifest its support to the BFP in all its ranks, especially to the leadership. I just hope, General Poracan, that you just do your commitment when it comes to this August Chamber. So again, maraming salamat po. Mr. Chair, lastly, I would just have a few questions sa police. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask if you are aware of these private individuals who have convoys, who have security details dyan sa EDSA or everywhere in Metro Manila?
With regards to security convoy, there are some personal officials that were given.
Private individuals po, Mr. Chair.
Private individual, none that I know of, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to inform our Chief of Police, which is a very good Chief of Police, that I can see, and some of my colleagues can also see, that there are personal individuals who has haggards and security details na ngahawi pa nga sa kalsada, sila pa yung siga na na para bagang sila pa yung may siga sa kalsada, Mr. Chair. So I hope you look into it, General, and also I heard that not all of them are really accredited policemen. So what are your actions towards these issues?
Before you answer, I would just like to gently remind the Honorable Congressman that your time is up. So kindly answer the query, and then we'll proceed to the next Congressman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. With regards to this, actually we have started our campaign on identifying these individuals, especially when there were reports, especially on Chinese individuals and other junket operators who are availing this. So we have started reviewing this, sir, and I think we have done a lot already, and we are continuing this, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, just a very, very quick manifestation po. Thank you for that, Fire Chief. Yun po talaga yung tinutumbo ko. Although there are some isolated issues hounding the PNP, this should not cast a cloud of doubt to the entire agency, as such will affect more police officers who remain committed and trustworthy in their duties. I enjoy many others in remaining hopeful and optimistic for PNP. Let those who committed these violations be punished accordingly, sir. And may we not bring the entire agency down, and as we pursue what is just and right. I likewise like to commend our Secretary Benur Abalos and the PNP Chief Benjamin Acorda for their leadership in ensuring that the Filipino people get the PNP that we deserve. This is indeed one of the best PNP chiefs that we have. Hence, I remain my support to the agency and its programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader Alfredo de los Santos. Next to be recognized is Representative George Bustos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. This representation would like to manifest its support for the budget of DILG and its attached agencies, particularly PNP, BJMP, BFP, NAPOLCOM, PPSC under General Sevilla, PNPA, National Youth Commission, and the rest. I have a question or two for the DC family under Sir Marbil. But before that, allow me to commend the PNP in general under the stewardship of General Acorda for persistently reinventing yourselves and the agency and your strategies. No? As of late, I've noticed that even your personnel from the medical division is even reaching out to our kababayans, no? Especially the poorest of the poor who cannot afford medical healthcare, no? In healthcare. So I would like to commend also the Region 3 Director, General Hidalgo, kasi isa siya sa mga nakita kong nagsusulong doon sa mga idle time na mga doktor and nurses natin. Kasama yung DPCR po. Tinutulungan yung mga mahirap natin ginagamot natin. One of the best way to win the hearts and mind of the people. So that is really very commendable, and I pray that you could sustain that. And as for the National Capital Region, for the 3-minute response time under General Nartates, which was started at QCPD, something that is very commendable. And I am aware that General Acorda is on board on this. In this, on top of that, I also believe since our Chief PNP came from the realm of intelligence, walang quota system. Galing ako sa PNP. I belong to PNP class 1996. Lahat ng trabaho sa PNP are intel-driven and co-plan-based. So, imposible naman may quota system. There's no such policy. I am aware of that. That is a fact. Kaya bakit pa natin ginagawa itong pinapalakas yung DPCR kung yung sukatan pala kung singkadami ng aresto. Naniniwala ako, yung sukatan dyan yung peace and order. With just 2 minutes left, allow me to comment also, General Poracan, the Chief of the BFP. Magkasama tayo. Nakita ko yung transition ng BFP from 18th Congress sa modernization. So you are doing good. You are very effective leader. And so with our new BFP chief, the Polcom here earlier, I asked you if you have intelligence fund at the proper time. If you do not have that, this representation would introduce amendments so that magawa nyo po yung inisip yung mandate, kasama pa sa mandate nyo na hindi nyo nagagawa dyan. And now let me go now to our DC, General Marbil. Sir, am I correct to assume that it is the intention of the PNP leadership to give fiscal autonomy for PNPA? Since I'm a graduate of PNP, I am so interested to know if you are on that direction, sir.
Good afternoon, po, sir. That's really true, sir. That's a marching order of our Chief PNP to give fiscal autonomy to the PNPA, sir. No? Sabi po ni Chief PNP, that's the officers that we are producing. We want the best and quality officers coming from PNPA. So we, in fact, sir, for this year, ang request po namin is 170 million for the establishment po ng kanilang quartering. And in the future po, although we don't put it in the kasama po ng budget natin, we have a 5-year development plan for the PNPA. Ito na po yung talagang magiging projection ng PNP na paayusin po yung PNPA as one of the best talagang police academy po.
Sir, I understand hindi pa considered as key budgetary unit yung PNPA, tama po ba?
That's really true, sir. But we are working na ma-separate na po yung MOE nila na talagang parang regional na po. Meron na po silang accounting, meron na silang finance. Ito na po talaga yung ano. We're just doing it right now, sir, and meron po lang inaayos na kami. But eventually, sir, ito na po yung direction namin.
Madam Chair, I understand na yung MOE right now ng PNPA under sa Police Education and Program, yung subcategory nito is under Education and Training Program, tama po ba?
Opo, sir.
So at the proper time, Madam Chair, this representation would introduce proposals, but in advance I will be sending a letter or sending you a letter, ma'am, so that you can have a ready reference for it, for that legislation, for that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, no, yung sa Tri-Bureau, ma'am, 20 seconds more, Mr. Chair, 20 seconds. Please keep doing what you believe is right. We need to win the hearts and mind of the people. As I keep saying, the police are the public and the public are the police. To borrow the slogan of General Calanoga, lahat bantay, lahat bantay, sabi niya, di ba? So, bantay lahat. So, tap po natin lahat yung tao. Let's keep doing what is right. This representation will always be supportive of the cause of Tri-Bureau because the advocacy, my advocacy, is public safety. Maraming salamat po sa serbisyo ninyo sa bayan. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable George Bustos. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Vice Chair Christopher De Venecia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DILG family and of course to my friends. Hi, Yusek Marge. Hello, everyone. Okay, so I'll get right to it. One of our bills was signed into law just 5 days ago. This is the cultural mapping law. And while there's no IRR yet for that, may we get the commitment of DILG to perhaps issue an MC to all of your LGU constituents to undertake such. And knowing that the framework is in the law and that there will also be budgetary support coming from the NCCA.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will look into the provisions of the law so that we can already issue an initial memorandum for the guidance of all our local government units to support culture and arts.
Great, thank you. Another bill of ours was signed into law 5 days ago. This is the OTOP law, and or the One Town, One Product law. And while the IRR for that has yet to be released as well, may we also get the commitment of the DILG to encourage all LGUs to establish OTOP hubs in their respective jurisdictions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will issue a follow-up memorandum circular for the guidance of all our local government units. For the information of the honorable members of Congress, we have had this program before, but it's good that we now have a law for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And speaking of OTOP, amazingly, our PDLs also produce OTOP products at the BJMPs, and a lot of them are actually becoming really known to consumers and purchasers of these creative goods. May we know if the BJMP has data on the OTOPs being created or produced by our PDLs?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, yes, the BGMP supports that also. We have that. We have paintings, handicrafts, and other, and we're supporting that, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So may we just request for a list of all the BJMP facilities in which there are PDLs that produce OTOP products?
Yes, we will submit, Your Honor.
And then, Mr. Chair, may we encourage the BJMP to enter into MOU with the DTI so that the OTOP of the PDLs can be included in all national trade fairs. Recently, there's a national trade fair in Mega Mall, and then there's also the National Arts and Crafts Fair para naman masama yung products nila.
We have that, Your Honor, but we will strengthen para maging national na pong scope nito. And I would like also to inform the August body that by next year, maybe June or July, we'll be having our national fair of all the handicrafts made by PDLs, Your Honor.
That's so good to know. Please let me know so I can support. Next is on the LGU competitiveness budget in the NEP, which amounts to 32.8 million. May we know what are the different PPAs under this proposed budget?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what we are now into particularly is providing guidance and technical assistance to our local government units so that they can streamline all their systems and processes in adherence to the provisions of the ease of doing business and the Anti-Red Tape Act, so that it will be more easier. It will be easier for our the constituents to establish business in furtherance of in furtherance of making the local government units more competitive.
Mr. Chair, what are the indicators for competitiveness in your framework?
What we are looking into is streamlining of business permits and licenses, particularly for the local government units to have the unified form, 3 steps, and the approval of the business permits within 3 days, if all the documents are complete.
So, Mr. Chair, inception of competitiveness of the DILG is really more of ease of doing business.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can encourage the DILG to look into the Philippine Development Plan insofar as competitiveness is concerned, because there are a lot of other indicators there that lead to competitiveness. In fact, our overall competitiveness ranking dropped from last year to this year. From 52, we're now at 48. And there are a lot of indicators there that maybe you can also reflect in the competitiveness fund that is being proposed by the DILG?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we will do that, no, in as much as we are also making sure that our LGUs are looking into how they can reform the governance processes.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So tomorrow, September 1, is the first day of the first ever nationwide celebration of Philippine Creative Industries Month. This is in compliance with Republic Act 11904, or the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act. May we get the commitment of DILG, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, as well as the National Youth Commission to support the Creative Industry Month by coming out with a statement, or perhaps doing your own activity online or in person in support of this nationwide celebration.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will do that now. But more than that, we are also going to issue a memorandum to our local government units to do the same, so that it will be a whole of the whole country, that will be doing all these activities.
Yes, thank you. Great to hear, Mr. Chair. Next is on the Philippine Creative Cities Network, which is a salient feature of the Republic Act 11904. This is actually an advocacy that we started with the League of Cities 2 years ago, which we have now institutionalized as part of the law. It encourages LGUs to sign up to the platform so that they can be capacitated on creative governance and how they can leverage on creative industries for their own socioeconomic goals. Can we get commitment from the DILG to signal boost membership to the Philippine Creative Cities Network and encourage more city mayors to sign on to the program?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will do that now. In fact, I was previously assigned in the Cordillera Administrative Region, and Baguio City is one of the first cities which signed up for this. So we will encourage other cities to also participate in this event, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Chair, are there existing CPD for local chief executives?
Pardon, Mr. Chair, can you please repeat the
CPD, Continuing Professional Development. For local chief executives or mayors?
Right now, we have some programs of the Local Government Academy for the continuing enhancement of the competency of not only of our local chief executives, but also of our other local officials, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I saw some of the programs of the LGA, but while preservation of culture and heritage is there, can we also include specifically a program on creative governance to educate, empower our city mayors, municipal mayors to be able to pursue creative programs in support of the overall creative agenda?
Mr. Chair, may I request the Assistant Director of the Local Government Academy to please respond. Don't go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honorable Congressman. Actually, LGA is already coordinating with, regarding that, LGA is already coordinating with DTI to assess where they are right now in the overall PCI creative industry development plan, so that LGA can start developing a module together with DTI, the Office of USEC FITA, on how we can pursue and encourage our local governments to do that. And in celebration of the PCIM, which starts tomorrow, LGA is actually LGA actually enrolled a webinar session just to entice our local governments and let them realize about or be aware about this creative industry law that was recently passed. Thank you.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, at a separate time, we can discuss maybe an opportunity to organize a creative local governance summit next year in partnership with DILG, as similar to what we were able to synergize with the Department of Tourism, and there will be a creative tourism summit in December. Baka we can do a creative local governance summit catering to mayors for next year.
Yes, sir. This is noted. Actually, we were also informed about that activity, I think, in November, about a summit together with with DOT. But based on we would be very open to have that summit that you are recommending, and we will get in touch with your office, sir. And I would also like to inform that we are also including a topic on the PCI topic about creative industry during the Philippine Local Governance Forum that the DILG and LGA regularly organizes every October in celebration of the Philippine Local Governance Month. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And my last intervention, Mr. Chair, is really that we now were able to create under the Malikhaing Pinoy program of DTI, Lungsod Lunsad program. So this is a competitive grant program that LGU's mayors should be able to apply to. You can get a grant as much as 3 million pesos to implement a creative program within your territory in support of the creative agenda and the creative industry law. So could we just get a commitment from DILG to signal boost this program to all the mayors? Kasi lahat ng mga mayors na kaibigan ko, minessage ko na, may ganito. Pero sana lahat ng yung DILG can inform all mayors, all 148 city mayors and 1,400 plus municipal mayors that this program exists. May pondo po yan sa DTI at sana po applyan nila para makapag produce or implement sila ng creative program for their local grassroots creatives. That's all, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much to the DILG family.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're going to coordinate with the DTI for the advisory that we shall issue to all local government units. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable De Venecia. Next is our Representative Balindong. So, not here. We go to Vice Chair Romeo Momo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before anything else, I would like to extend or manifest my strong support to the budget of Department of Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies. And in the proper time, I will second the motion or to the motion of Honorable Ropos Rodriguez. I would also like to extend the gratitude of Caraga Region to the leadership of the Philippine National Police, headed by General Ben Acorda, for assigning and appointing a very professional, a very reliable regional director in the person of General Harvey Craft to Caraga Region. Maraming salamat po sa assignment. I have some concern, Mr. Chairman. I would like to direct my questions first to the Office of the Secretary. In your presentation, the highlights of fiscal year 2024 NEP per agency, my attention was caught on one of the programs in the Office of the Secretary with a huge amount of appropriations seeking to scale up standards for local government performance, which is allocated 1 billion. Next is the monitoring and evaluation of LGU infrastructure projects in the amount of 506 million. And besides this monitoring and evaluation of LGU infra projects, there is another allocation, monitor LGU compliance to the environmental laws and Supreme Court ruling on the Manila Bay cleanup, rehabilitation, and preservation in the amount of 54 million, or a total of 560 million for monitoring and evaluation. Ganon ba ka laki ng trabaho sa monitoring and evaluation, Mr. Chairman, that they have to allocate 560 million of their funds to this particular program? Or can you explain it to us so that we will be enlightened, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, the 506 million monitoring and evaluation of local government units project is the fund that we are using in monitoring the implementation of development projects funded through the Local Government Support Fund. For 2023, the MEALGO or the LGSF amounts to almost 9 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. So for the purpose of monitoring these projects, we have hired actually almost 900 engineers, project evaluation officers, and administrative officers, so that we'll be able to perform the mandate as provided in the General Appropriations Act. So these are projects which are distributed or are spread all across the country, farm-to-market roads, school buildings, health stations, potable water supply system, Mr. Chair.
But these appropriations or this funding is not intended for the construction of school buildings. This is just for monitoring and evaluation. Am I right, Mr. Chairman?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The LGSF fund is directly released to all our local government units.
And do you need more than $1 billion to monitor the infrastructure projects of the different LGUs? This is not even project. Remember, this is just for monitoring and evaluation. Ganon no baka yaman ng DILG for allocating such fund?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, our monitoring fund is only 506 million pesos, Mr. Chair.
Yes, tama nga, 506. That's $500 million for monitoring and evaluation.
The total number of projects that we are actually monitoring, Mr. Chair, is 12,197, because there are still projects.
Yeah, I understand. There are many projects to be evaluated. But you have regional offices and your district, provincial offices, di ba, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our regional and field offices are municipal local government operations officers, Mr. Chair. They do not have the technical capability to properly monitor all these projects. That is the reason why we have hired more than 800 engineers, project evaluation officers. And equally important as monitoring and evaluating the implementation of these projects, Mr. Chair, we also provide capacity building activities or trainings for local functionaries, particularly their technical personnel.
Please expect that in your next budget hearing for 2025, I will expect a report of the utilization of this particular program.
Mr. Chair, we will be gladly providing the good Congressman the details of how we have spent the 506 million MNE fund of the DILG. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will now proceed to the next attached agency, that is the Bureau of Fire. I will just continue the line of questioning of my colleague here, Congressman De Los Santos. On the annual collection made by the Bureau of Fire, saan ho napunta ang collection na to?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, it is being deposited to the Bureau of Treasury.
Is it in the form of a trust fund or what?
It's a trust fund, Your Honor.
Trust fund to be used only by Bureau of Fire or bumalik sa general fund?
20% of the total collections, Your Honor, ibabalik po sa local government unit. Yung 80% papunta po sa account ng Bureau of Fire Protection for procurement.
And at present, how much is the trust fund under Bureau of Fire?
The total trust fund, Your Honor, is 8.6 billion. Out of the 8.6 billion, the LGU share is 2.4 billion. Then the BEP share is 6.1 billion, Your Honor.
And how do we trigger the use of these funds?
This is automatic appropriations, Your Honor, 1 billion per annum.
So you can access 1 billion per annum
Yes, Your Honor.
out of this trust fund.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why 1 billion only?
That's the automatic appropriation, Your Honor, 1 billion. Then if we can utilize the 1 billion, that's the time that we can request for another fund, Your Honor.
And this 1 billion could be used in what particular expenses?
It is specific, Your Honor, for BEP fire stations, the firefighting equipment, fire trucks, Your Honor.
And how do we trigger the use of this 1 billion? How can we start? How can we trigger the use of this? What are the procedures in using this 1 billion trust fund?
Through the budget proposal, Your Honor, just like this year, our proposal, Your Honor, is made up of the regular fund, which is approved by the DBM, 419 billion, Your Honor, 419 million, Your Honor, and the 1 billion. So,
and where does this proposal originate? From you or from somebody else?
from us, Your Honor.
From the Bureau of Fire. Okay, got it. My next question is, I think you have an inventory of the total number of municipalities and cities that still needs fire stations and fire trucks. Meron ho ba kayong inventaryo ng mga munisipyo sa buong Pilipinas na nangangailangan pa ng fire trucks and fire stations?
Yes, Your Honor. Out of the 1,634 cities and municipalities, out of the 1,634, Your Honor, only 1,477 have complete fire station and fire trucks. Meaning, Your Honor, we have...
Or about 50%?
No, Your Honor. Out of the 1,634, 1,477 have fire stations, leaving, Your Honor, 143 without fire station nationwide.
143?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, in your 2024 budget, you have an allocation of 550 million for the construction of 55 fire stations.
That's correct, Your Honor.
How do you allocate the 55 to the remaining 143?
That, excuse me, that would be the last question, Honorable.
The basis of the prioritization, Your Honor, on the construction of fire station is through the request of the LGUs. Some LGUs, Your Honor, have not yet submitted the request because of the non-existence of lot donations coming from the LGU.
Mr. Chairman, one more question before I went up.
Okay.
I ask this question, General, because the city of Tandag, province of Surigao del Sur, had proposes fire stations. They have purchased a lot. They have prepared everything already, and they have submitted the request to the Bureau of Fire. I hope it will be considered in the 55 stations that will be allocated to the country for the year 2024. I hope so, Mr. General.
We will work it out, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Momo. Next in line is the Vice Chair, Vice Chair Alan T. Not here. Next is Vice Chair Bienvenido Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just would like the DILG to enlighten me on the Philippine Public Safety College. Is that under the DILG or is it under the Philippine National Police?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the Philippine Public Safety College is one of the attached agencies of the DILG, so it's under DILG.
One of the what?
One of the attached agencies of the DILG.
Attached agency of the DILG.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So let me ask, how about the PNPA? Is that under the Philippine National Police?
It's now under the Philippine National Police, Your Honor.
How much is the budget of the PNPA, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor. While waiting for the figures, I would like to manifest that just recently, this had been our focus of our priorities to give really the appropriate funding for PNPA because this is the primary source of our police officers. As of this year, sir, we have the amount of 84 million, Your Honor.
How much, Mr. Chair?
84 million.
84 million. That would be the appropriations for 2024. Am I right?
2023. That is the amount for 2023, Your Honor, and it represents the MOOE only, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, should the PNPA have a separate budget like the PMA? Can we do that, Mr. Chair?
Actually, that is our prayer also, Your Honor, and we made already the necessary representation to the DBM, and we are hoping that this will be fully implemented, Your Honor.
It means, Mr. Chair, that the Philippine National Police Academy, which is actually the main academy for our PNP, would have fiscal autonomy like the PMA. Am I right?
Actually, that has been, upon my assumption, sir, that had been my priority and immediate, that was my immediate. Yan ang unang letter na ginawa ko po sa DBM. And we are looking forward na sana mapagbigyan ng ganung fiscal autonomy, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, should there be a law that ought to be drafted, Mr. Chair, so that the Philippine National Police Academy would have its own fiscal autonomy? Or the PNP would have the mandate to be able to do that, Mr. Chair? Should there be a law?
To my understanding, Your Honor, it needs a law for it to be taken.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, let me ask, if we are going to draft a bill that would give fiscal autonomy to the PNPA, would the Philippine National Police support it?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, that is my vision, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that while you are the Director General of the Philippine National Police General Corda, that we could be able to do that. That would perhaps be your greatest legacy when you lead the Philippine National Police.
Hopefully, Your Honor.
How about the, do we have the NAPOLCOM here? Okay, let me just ask the NAPOLCOM. I was told that there are 101 lieutenant colonels that are up for promotion to full colonel. And they are now in your office for processing. Why is it taking too long to process the promotion, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and the Honorable and your honors, we have discussed this with the PNP, and PNP is quite aware that there are 232 excess colonels currently in the PNP. And for that,
there are what? There are what?
Meron pong sobra na 232. Kaya kung magdadagdag po ng 68, aabot po ito ng 300 sobra na kernel kung pababayaan po magkaganon. Pero pinag-uusapan na po namin yan ng PNP, yung bagay na yan.
Pero mukhang matagal na yata yan sa NAPOLCOM, Mr. Chair. Ilang buwan na po yan sa opisina nyo bago lumabas? When you're processing the promotion of these lieutenant colonels, how many months should it take for them to be given to the Philippine PNP so that they can be promoted?
Kailangan kasi po ng appropriation para sa 300 extras colonel po. Kung atin pong ipopromote pa yung 68.
Ibig sabihin, naghihintay pa kayo, Mr. Chair, ng appropriations to promote them. And should it be Congress that ought to give the appropriations, Mr. Chair?
Ganun po, yun po ang totoo, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, na hindi po kapangyarihan ng NAPOLCOM na mag-promote kung excess na po ito. Congress lamang po ang makakapagbigay ng appropriation pasweldo doon.
Diba, Mr. Chair, kung wala kayong appropriations, kahit tumagal ng isang taon, 2 taon yan, you cannot promote because there is no appropriation to it, Mr. Chair. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yun po ang totoo at yan po ay pinag-uusapan na namin ng PNP.
Mr. DILG, your budget has increased to 2.6%. Of course, masyado maliit yan, di ba? Pero many agencies have decreased their appropriations, yet the DILG has 2.6% increase in the appropriations, Mr. Chair. Magagaling po ito sa PNP, no? Yung appropriations ng promotion ng mga lieutenant colonels, Mr. DILG. Saan manggagaling ang appropriations upang ma-promote itong mga lieutenant colonels to full colonel? Whoever would like to answer.
Mr. Chair, may I request the Philippine National Police to respond to that?
Mr. Chair, this is somewhat, should I say, a perennial problem that had been besetting the PNP. And may I give the floor to our Director for DC, who got a history of this problem, Your Honor.
Sir, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat, no? Sir, dun sa GAA po namin, and although in law, we are in excess, sir, but what happens, sir, is we request yung mga positions po ng yung mga sweldo ng mga generals namin, and every year, sir, since meron po kami, we stated po yung actual, inyong authorized. But what is being funded by the DBM is yung actual po namin. Yung actual po namin, sir, is let's say 1 4-star and 8 3-stars. And how many generals? This is the one being funded by DBM, and this is the one we are being requested. Tama po yung sabi po ng Vice Chair po namin kasi we are in excess. But sir, in 1998 po kasi, meron po kaming we have an organization that we are required to have a 10,000 quota every year just to meet the law of 1:500. But during the time, sir, kasi ito lang po yung reorganization namin 1998, lumalaki po yung, expand po yung tao namin, pero yung organization hindi po makahabol. So since hindi po makahabol yung organization and we need to expand and we need to promote, kaya po lumalaki po yung organization namin. And kung hindi po kami magpo-promote, ang karamihan po ng mga police namin, maa-attrite because we have an attrition that in your position, you can only have your position up to 10 years. Kung hindi po kayo mag-promote, let's say within 10 years, kung hindi po, let's say po, patrolman to corporal, dapat 10 years lang. Pero kung hindi po humabol po yung organization namin, attrited po yung mga police namin. Kaya nga, tama po yung sabi nila, nag-excess po kami because we have to meet yung numbers po ng policemen namin. Hindi po humabol po yung organization eh. Kaya ito po yung nangyayari. But in tulo, tama po yung sabi po ng vice chairman namin, nag-excess po kami because ito na po yung organization namin, sir. Maliban po doon sa malaking organization, we need to address the mga peripheral problems. Before, sir, in 1998, wala po kaming anti-cybercrime group.
Wala kayong ano? Wala kayong ano?
Nagdadagdag po.
Wala po kayong ano? So, Mr. Chair, ang ibig sabihin niyan, ang pumipigil ng promotion ng ating mga lieutenant colonels, yung pondo.
Sir, hindi po pwede ng natin, sir, no? Because under the law, tama po yung vice chairman na, we cannot create a position ng generals. But what happened...
Ito na lang, Mr. Chair, hindi ko masyado maintindihan ng paliwanag. Perhaps you could be able to explain to me by writing, to us, to the committee here, so that I would like to find out why is it that our lieutenant colonels are not being promoted properly to full colonel, and what is the problem? Kung ang problema dyan, appropriations, perhaps we can do something about it. Di ba?
Okay.
Whatever it might be.
So, your time is up, Your Honor. I'm sorry. So, may we get an answer from the PNP?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair, if I can somehow shorten the answer. Bale po, way back sa 6975, we were 110,000 police. And as of now, sir, we are 228,000. We were reorganized through NAPOLCOM resolutions, previous NAPOLCOM commissioners. And these had given us positions. But now in this present NAPOLCOM, they are now asserting that these positions cannot be created by mere NAPOLCOM resolutions. So that's why we filed the restructuring bill, sir. And we are happy that it was supported by this August body. And sana po may mapabilis na rin yun para really to settle once and for all yung issues that besetting why the reason of the present NAPOLCOM now ay withholding or cannot act on it because of this possible issue on the excess. Kasi yun nga, sir, ang nag-create po sa mga to the eyes of the present commission now is the excess positions or the excess colonels and generals were created by mere NAPOLCOM resolutions, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you could be able to explain that to me in writing, no? So
Okay.
that I'll be able to understand the real problem to it.
Okay, I think
Madam Chair, do
it's
I
been
still have
noted by
mga two
PNP, Your
questions
Honor.
left, please,
So,
I
thank
just
you
would like-
very much po.
I just would like to inform the Philippine National Police that my 3 police stations in my district, pinapaganda ko mga buildings. Because I believe that the Philippine National Police buildings must be nice and beautiful to get respect. Oo. Well, anyway, siguro, dahil pinapaganda ko yan, Madam Chair, siguro pwede naman na makahingi man lang tayo ng police car to each and every station that we have in my district. Station 10, Station 8, and Station 6. Madam Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much po. Vice Chair Abante.
Madam Chair, I just would like to find out if we have the human rights division here, where we have the Philippine National Police personnel that is actually assigned for human rights, Mr. Chair. Do we have him here?
We have the HRAW or Human Rights Affairs Office.
Okay. Do we have the one in charge for the human rights affairs of the Philippine National Police? Do we have him here?
As of now, sir, Police Colonel Baldeo, who is the newly designated director, he is not around, sir, but we can submit any required data if there is need be, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, being the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights, I would like to ask that the Human Rights Affairs of the Philippine National Police please come to me so we could be able to talk about it.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so thank you again, Vice Chairperson Benny Abante. Anyway, all your statement is fully noted by the Chief PNP, okay? So the next to be recognized is Representative Drixie May Cardema.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon po sa DILG family. Kami po sa Duterte Youth Party List, wala kaming request na police car, wala kaming request na fire truck, at wala kaming request na jailhouse. Ang aming request lamang po ay para sa Philippine National Police na mag-provide sa akin ng listahan ng mga kabataang napapatay ng bilang NPA, mga kabataan na sumusuko at mga NPA fighters. At kung meron po, mga photos and proof kung anong mga youth groups or party list ang nagre-recruit sa kanila para makapabilang sa CPP-NPA. Pakibigay lang po sa akin kumpleto na litrato at detalye bago po sana mag-plenary hearing. Yun lamang po.
Yes, Madam Chair. Your Honor, we'll be submitting as required.
Yes po. Tulungan niyo po kami sa Duterte Youth Party List at sa Kongreso na matulungan kayo na para mapahinto ang recruitment dito sa NPA para sa ating mga anak, apo at kabataang Pilipino po. At lastly po, pondohan po natin at pagandahin po sana ang facilities ng Philippine Public Safety Academy at yung budget po ng Philippine National Police Academy or PNPA ay idiretso po natin sa PNPA na. Wag na po natin ilarge sa Camp Crame kasi matagal po ang budgeting. Kasi lagpas 1,000 kadete ang ating pinapakain at tinetraining doon. Diretso na dapat yung pondo nila, parang yung sa PMA po. Yun lang po. At kung pwedeng dagdagan po ang mga dormitories po ng ating mga kadete sa PNPA. Ayun na po. Maraming salamat po. Kasama niyo po kami sa inyong laban sa NPA, dito sa Kongreso, at sa pagtulong sa lahat ng mga tropa ng ating gobyerno. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think that was explained during the pre-briefing, Congressman. So I think it has been stated by the Chief PNP na ibigay na sa kanila, di ba? Yung pondo, something like that? I remember. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. With regards to the funding of PNP, yun ang gusto naming mangyari. And with regards to the support, like additional dormitories, during my visits there, meron na rin mga ongoing constructions and marami, in fact, during the leadership of Police Major General Eric Noble, marami pong nagawa na doon and ginagawa. And we are continuing our support kasi ang parang vision namin po dyan, ma'am, is parang when I had experience of visiting other camps, pag bumisita ka sa isang academy, police academy, yung tatayo yung balahibo mo and it adds to something. Pag ikaw ay kadete, it's parang development of your character and that is what we intend to do with PNP, Your Honor.
Okay, kindly furnish Chief PNP the request. I think she was asking, the Honorable Congressman was asking you to submit list of, I think you have heard about that. So paki-provide na lang before the plenary para at least may record naman si Kong Cardema. So yes, please continue. Wala na po. Okay, so thank you very much, Representative Drixie May Cardema. And next to be recognized is Representative Celso Rehencia. Ikaw na nga.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
nabingi na ako dahil alas 9 pa ako dito eh. Kasalanan ko, hindi ako nakapagpalista doon ng maaga. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to the DILG family. This representation would like to support fully the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government. But I have meron akong dalawang request. Una, kay General Acorda. John, alam ko yung pagkatao mo from head to foot because you are the Regional Director of Region 10. Being the Vice Chairperson of Public Order and Safety, ang dami natin ditong inimbestigahan ng mga kapulisan. Anyways, nakikita namin ni General Acop, ni Congressman Bustos, na hindi naman lahat may kasalanan. So ito ang request ko, John. Dapat yung mga kapulisan natin na gumagawa ng kabulastugan, parusahan o tatanggalin sa serbisyo. Dahil sa isang pulis na matanggal natin, 1,000 yung maghilera para mag-apply. At yung mga kapulisan na gumagawa naman ng kabutihan at magpakamatay halos para sa taong bayan, dapat pararangalan natin. Okay ba yun, John?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. That is our commitment.
Thank you. Ito naman, Madam Chair, sort of advice to Director Louis Puracan. Louis, being your upperclassman, ito lang ang masasabi ko sa iyo dito sa August body na ito. Kung hindi mo kaya gawin na mabigyan lahat ng fire trucks, yung 310 congressmen, wag mo nang ipangako. Dahil 2025 ka pa magretiro, baka sa susunod na budgeting, matamaan ka na naman. Marami akong nakausap ng mga congressmen doon sa labas. 10 sila. Sabi nila, pinangakuhan mo ng fire truck. Millions yun, Louie. Towards million of pesos yung isang fire truck. Ako, hindi na ako mag-request sa Iligan City. Hindi rin ako mag-request ng fire truck. Hindi rin ako mag-request ng security escort, John. Kaya kong pangalagaan yung sarili ko dahil police din ako. Ito lang. During my time as mayor of Iligan City, bumili ako ng 26 patrol cars para sa ating kapulisan sa Iligan City. Last doon ay isang dosinang 4x4 police car na nakahingi ako ng 12 machine gun ni former Chief PNP, now Senator Bato de la Rosa during the time of Marawi siege. Yun ang depensa namin. But ang Iligan ay may kaya kasi yung Iligan dahil ang budget doon sa Iligan is 3.2 billion kasama ng income doon. So when it comes to monthly operating and other expenses, when it comes to peace and order expenses, kaya kong magbili ng mga sasakyan, kaya kong magbigay ng gasolina sa ating kapulisan para hindi naman ako pabigat sa ating PNP. Alam ko, ang PNP ay palaging kulang yan. Palaging kulang. Dahil dumaan din ako pagka R4 doon sa Region 10. Dumaan ka rin John pagka RD doon. Alam ko marami kang problema doon sa Region 10, pero noong kasagsagan ng eleksyon, hindi na ako nagpabigat sa iyo. Kaya ngayong request ko, John, sana naman, wag mong ayawan. Hindi yan namimilit, pero wag mong ayawan naman. Disiplinahin natin yung mga pulis na pasaway, dahil yun ang makasisira sa ating organisasyon na kung saan galing ako dyan. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, ang galing. So thank you very much Kong Celso Rehencia. Sana lahat ng mayor ng city magbibigay ng ganun. Wala nang problema ang DILG. Okay, so thank you very much. So the chair would like to recognize Vice Chair Jill Pongalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Department of Interior and Local Government, and to all its agencies. First, I would like to thank the Philippine National Police, Bureau of Fire Protection, and the Bureau of Jail and Management and Penology, for lending us help in the medical mission, medical, dental, and optical mission that we are spearheading throughout the Bicol region. And with that, ako Bicol Party List, together with Congressman Zaldico as the chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, would like to thank for that cooperation and help in our mission to extend the medical needs to fellow Bicolanos. Now, I would like to direct my first question to the Philippine National Police. May I know how much is the budget for the Anti-Cybercrime Division of the PNP?
May we ask the Chief PNP to answer the query? Maybe Vice Chair Jill, while they are looking into how much is the allocation for cybercrime, maybe you can proceed to the next.
Yes, Madam Chair. The reason why I asked the budget allocation for the Anti-Cybercrime Division of the Philippine National Police, because nowadays, Madam Chairman, according to the Department of Justice, 70% of the crimes committed nowadays have cybercrime components. So gusto ko po malaman, Madam Chairman, kung gaano po kapreparado ang ating Philippine National Police due to the fact na ang Anti-Cybercrime Division Unit ng PNP ay mas malaki compared to the Anti-Cybercrime Division ng National Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, do you already have with you the amount?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, Your Honor, with regards to the fund intended for ACG, we have 4.9 million monthly MOE. And with regards to the cyber capability of the PNP, there are 3 offices that may be identified as far as our cyber capability is concerned. One is the directorate that handles all IT, Information Communication Technology project in coordination with the Department of ICT, wherein we have the directorate for ICT, and also we have the ITMS as its operating arms. While ACG or Anti-Cybercrime Group have forensic capability, investigation, and also operational capability, and we also conduct training. In line with that, Your Honor, so far, while we can be proud at times for the capability of the ACG, but taking into consideration about how fast technology advances, really, and the cost we incur as far as with regards to the renewal of licenses, talagang medyo mabigat po ang kanyang maintenance. But we are now coming up with regular, what we call that, programming as when these licenses are being renewed para hindi kami nabibigla, Your Honor. And yes, for 2024, we have a NEP of 35 million for 2024, Your Honor.
An increase of how many percentage?
1,409,646 pesos, Madam Chair.
Okay, so,
Out of that budgetary allocation based to the National Expenditure Program, which you have mentioned 35 million, correct, Chief PNP? 35 million?
35 million, Your Honor.
Kasama na po ba dyan lahat ng ating procurement, ng ating po mga equipment, mga trainings to be conducted by our police officers assigned to ACG?
Billion. The 35 million, Your Honor, is only a representation of the MOOE.
Okay.
While for the projects, it's 1.467 billion, Your Honor. Or should I say 1,467,406,000, Your Honor.
Okay, we will take note of that allocation, Madam Chair, because if there is a need to increase the budgetary allocation for the ACG, we will move that for increase at the proper time because, as we all know, peace and order will always be the top priority of this government. And let me ask another point, Madam Chairman. May I know, Madam Chair, if the Highway Patrol Group, what is the basic mandate of the HPG?
For the mandate of the Highway Patrol Group, Your Honor, they are specifically tasked to ensure the safety of our highways and also to enforce laws as in relation to our transportation, land transportation. And to be specific, Your Honor, they are enforcing the traffic laws, rules and regulations, especially the enforcement of RA 10883, anti-highway robbery and anti-hijacking, and also at times traffic management, Your Honor.
So given that basic mandate, Madam Chairman, isn't it that it is with the HPG that has the record, no, with regard to vehicles that are considered or has alarm? Is that correct, Madam Chair?
May I be clarified, Your Honor?
Yung pong mga carnap vehicles, di ba po ang HPG ang nakakaalam kung may alarma ang isang bihikulo? For instance, ang isang bihikulo po ay carnap at meron po pong status yun. Ibig sabihin, for example, SAGP, yung pong sinatawag na stolen at gunpoint intimidation. Di ba ho, sa HPG po ang nakakaalam at sila po ang may listahan ng mga bihikulong may alarma?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung po bang listahan natin, Madam Chairman, binibigyan po ba natin yung Land Transportation Office ng listahan na yan?
Sir, hindi po. Kasi criminal offense yun. Hindi po tayo
As of now, Your Honor, we don't have, we are not providing because this data is available only to the Highway Patrol Group, but it can be shared to other lower units when there are queries. And on a case-to-case basis, it's if required or requested by other offices, we can provide, Your Honor.
Madam Chairman, I highly encourage the Highway Patrol Group to furnish a copy of the list of vehicles that has alarm and furnish the Land Transportation Office, Madam Chairman, because based on a story, one person bought a vehicle, and this is very bad experience. Nag-text po siya bumili po siya ng second-hand vehicle, nag-text po siya sa LTO, sabi po dun sa true text, verification, walang alarma yung bihikulo. After 2 years, na-register niya pa po sa loob ng 2 taon. After 2 years, na-flag down siya, and turned out that the vehicle was carnap. So meaning to say, hindi po alam ng LTO yung mga sasakyan na meron pong alarma. Bakit ko po ito nire-raise, Madam Chairman? Sapagkat nung time pa lang po na first attempt to register and to renew the registration of that vehicle, di sana po doon pa lang po sa LTO, nalaman na po nung na nagpaparehistro na meron pong alarma yung nasabing bihikulo. And I highly encourage, Madam Chairman, the Highway Patrol Group to furnish the LTO and other concerned agencies with the vehicles with alarm para naman po ay malaman po no, ng publiko at yung mga buyers in good faith naman po ay malaman po talaga agad yung binibili na lang bihikulo ay wala hong alarma. So I think that would be all, Madam Chairman, and I fully support the budget of the DILG and its all attached agencies. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair Jill Pongalon. So the next to be recognized is the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, Janet Garin. Okay, so then, hindi na ladies first daw dito, so Vice Chair Eric Martinez is recognized by the Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have only two concerns and I'll make it quick. First is a parochial concern. I already mentioned it, sir, a year ago. Same venue, same time, same circumstances, budget hearing. The additional manpower of policemen in my city, the city of Valenzuela. I got the assurance a year ago, but it seems up to now, there was no downloading of additional police force. Please take note of that.
Yes, Your Honor, and as of now, there is just, we are expecting that with the approval of the quota for this year, and we intend to have them take their oath by November. By then, Your Honor, we can have additional personnel for Valenzuela. And also, because that is also the other the problems of other areas. But if there is a way that we can help Valenzuela City, the earliest possible time, even with the while waiting for the taking of oath by this new quota, we will try to address that.
So thank you, Chief PNP. Kindly take note of...
Yeah, take note of that kasi last year,
Yeah.
pangako. Then the
Kasi
second
600
is...
naman yung ano nyo eh. So pwedeng madagdag naman siguro, no? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, the second question would be, this has been quite popular the last few days in social media. Yung nagbibisikleta. So that brings me to the issue of anger management. Anger management. There's this movie of Jack Nicholson and Adam Sandler in 2002. The title was Anger Management. A businessman was subjected to a anger management program by a therapist, and they were able to succeed in subduing that anger management. Taking that story into account, mayroon po ba tayong anger management program for our policemen, lalo na kayo na lahat, and I presume lahat ng policemen natin may baril. And we always say maximum restraint. So this anger management program is very important sa hanay ng ating PNP. What type of program do we have with this psycho anger management program or related to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. With regards to the anger management, we have this squadding system wherein in a group of 8 police officers, they support each other, they mentor each other, providing moral support. That is the intent of our squadding system. And aside from that, we have also the Bantay Kaisipan by the Health Service, where in this Bantay Kaisipan, there is a counseling binibigay because three specific police officers that were exposed to traumatic experiences or even to some personal problem if they were noticed or they were known to have some problems. In addition to that, we have a regular conduct of what you call that psychiatric, neuropsychiatric exam, especially when during promotions and wherein this is done exhaustively para mahabang questionnaire para to really assess yung individual police officer. So these are the things na ginagawa namin, sir, and aside from that, talagang tinitingnan din ng mga immediate supervisors yung mental health ng ating kapulisan. Admittedly, sir, talagang may problema based on the statistics ng ating health service. May mga namomonitor during the conduct of such regular exams and interviews. And that's why we came up with these programs.
Madam Chair, it seems talagang itong, my support of course to the funding of the DILG and its attached agencies. Pero if we could add more funding to this therapeutic anger management program for all our PNP personnel, this would really greatly help na matigil tong mga ganitong bagay. Yung away na yun sa kalsada, if that anger management program is put into force, hindi na paulit-ulit ito. So I think I would leave it at that, Madam Chair, and my full support to DILG and to all its attached agencies, especially if they could put in more programs, anger management, so as to avoid these confrontations on the road and other instances. I will fully support. And of course, please don't forget for the second year, my city of Valenzuela for additional police force. That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Eric Martinez, and to the DILG family. Take note of the request of Vice Chair Eric Martinez. The next to be recognized before we proceed to the second round is the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, Jeanette Guerini.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good evening to the DILG family as well as its attached agencies. My first question, Madam Chair, distinguished guests, will actually point at the possible problems that the PNP Crime Laboratory has been encountering. May I inquire from General Acorda if the PNP Crime Lab, which is under the Philippine National Police, has encountered problems specifically in relation to forensic pathological findings. Yung pong meron bang mga kaso na instead na maganda na at strengthened na ang kaso na ginagawa ng PNP ay napapa-weaken because of confusing or let us say fake experts or fake forensic laboratories that will counter the findings of the PNP. One example is that of the case of Christine Silayan, the teenager from Cebu. Meron po ba tayong mga ganitong experience?
While going to the case of Christine Silayan, Madam Chair, Your Honor, with regards to how we look at the crime laboratory, now we call it a forensic group, we really give our we give importance to the credibility of that unit because having been assigned in some areas wherein there are some doubts on the results. I was once a provincial director and had experienced some doubts in my attempt to really counter-check yung mga result ng ating mga crime lab, especially on drug testing and other crimes. Sa tingin ko naman, Madam, is ginagawa ng forensic group ang kanilang trabaho. If there may be found, if we will find some lapses or may nakikita tayong pagkukulang, yun ang talagang tinitingnan namin because napakahirap po na masira ang credibility ng forensic group. May mga ginawa tayong mga protocols dyan and SOPs para sa pagkandak ng forensic examinations and other operations ng kanilang opisina to make sure na katanggap-tanggap po ito sa korte at hindi pagdududahan. Once kasi na masira po yan, it may affect the other cases that we have filed using the results of examination. So yung pong findings na sa tingin namin ay may pagkukulang. As of now po, Madam Chair, Your Honor, ay wala po kami nakikita. And yan po ang isang binabantayan namin because the credibility of that office is really very important.
Madam Chair, the reason why I asked about the Christine Silayan case, kasi naalala po natin, ito po yung isang kaso na kung maalala nyo, ang sabi ng PNP Crime Lab, hindi siya na-rape at hindi siya sinabugan ng asido, but they were looking at the possible attempted rape at medyo may mga bagay-bagay nga, naging in-contradictory, dun naman na biglang pinasok ng public attorney's office at ang nangyari ay yung PNP Crime Lab findings which was actually confirmed by the NBI Forensic Laboratory na weaken siya because of the findings of the alleged expert, which as a medical doctor, I would say, is not really an expert. Napasok po kasi ng PAW forensic expert, which is actually not recognized by the government. So nakikita po ba ng PNP ang problemang ito na ang ating gobyerno ay may dalawang ahensya who specializes in forensic pathology, and that's the PNP Crime Lab and the NBI Forensic Laboratory. However, merong nagpupumilit na eksperto kuno, pero hindi naman makapasa sa inyo, ito yung tinatawag nilang PAW Forensic Laboratory. Will the PNP agree that the PAW Forensic Laboratory, instead of helping, has actually created problems with the PNP Crime Lab? Aside from the case of Christine Silayan, if you will recall, there was also that problem on Kulot, na pinagpumilit nilang yun ang bangkay na nakita, although the PNP was saying it was not because the body that was found was actually uncircumcised, in contradictory to the statement of the parents of Kulot who said he was circumcised. And remember, PNP had to go through DNA testing just to prove that your crime laboratory was actually saying the truth or telling the truth. Will the PNP confirm this?
Okay, please answer briefly, Chippy.
Yes, Ma'am. With regards to the, with all intentions of the PNP to really make our forensic group very credible, we would appreciate it much kung lalong masuportahan to, Ma'am, because as of now talaga, when it comes to experts in the forensic in that office, there are some lacking. Na personnel natin dyan when it comes to specificness, lalo sa expertise on certain matters.
Madam Chair, just to cut General Accorda, sorry po, pasensya na po. Ang PAW Forensic Laboratory ba, na hindi naman recognize ng gobyerno, inire-recognize ba ng PNP o hindi?
Yes or no? Please answer.
Because DOJ was actually saying that there are only two forensic laboratories in the Philippines. That's PNP and NBI. So may I pose the same questions to PNP? Will you confirm the statement of the Department of Justice?
Maybe I will ask first. Dito ba sequence? Crime Lab, sir. To be safe with my answer, Madam Chair, Your Honor, I would like to call first our forensic group director.
Sir, tatawagan ko si Crime Lab.
While waiting for the answer, Madam Chair, of course, with due courtesy to General Accorda, may I shift to my next topic, to the DILG. Will the DILG confirm or refute that the Department of Interior and Local Government actually plays a very vital role when it comes to making our country conducive to businessmen.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we confirm.
So ang ibig po sabihin, kapag po merong mga local government chief executives, and I agree that they are just a few, it does not reflect the whole institution, ay dapat po dinidisiplina ng Department of Interior and Local Government.
Madam Chair, no, there are policies crafted for the purpose, and in as much as we assist the President in the exercise of general supervision of our local government units, we see to it that we provide the proper guidance to all our LGUs in the exercise of the powers and the functions given to them by the Local Government Code of 1991.
Yung ating po ba mga local government chief executives, is it part of their turf to look into compliance of health and sanitation standards, adherence to labor, employment laws, compliance with environmental regulations? Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, legal po ba na ang ating local government chief executive gampanan yung dapat na ginagampanan ng DOLE, ng EMB, ng DENR, ng DOH, at paulit-ulit po na mag-conduct ng inspection sa ating mga business entities. Do you think that is proper, or do you think, Your Honor, that it is something that should raise a red flag?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as I mentioned a while ago, there are powers provided to the local government units by the Local Government Code, no? Particularly for effective governance and for public safety. But again, these powers should all be within what is provided in the Local Government Code. They cannot go beyond what is provided to them.
Okay, so...
And last question, Madam Chair. Ay, hinihintay ko pa po pala yung sagot ng PNP.
Okay, one last.
Now, again, to the DILG family, if I may, kapag po merong mayor na instead of supporting investors in our country, ay gumagawa po ng paraan, kagaya ng mga joint inspection team kuno, pero ginagamit naman ito para pahirapan ang ating mga negosyante. At minsan nga, nagagamit pa yung PNP, minsan naman yung Bureau of Fire na hindi naman alam ng kanilang mga central offices, pero minsan nagagamit sila para mangipit ng ating mga negosyante. Sa pananaw po ba ng DILG ay tama ito o mali?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, if the local officials, particularly the local chief executives, go beyond the powers that are given to them and they abuse this power, certainly this is not right anymore.
So quick last question, Madam Chair. If there are information that would reach DILG, how long will DILG act upon the query?
Madam Chair, if the information particularly is provided or given to us formally, we will immediately act on it.
How immediate is immediate, Your Honor?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will endorse it to our regional offices and our field offices so that they will be the one to look into the allegations.
Yeah, but can we possibly have a timeline? Because that's the problem, Madam Chair. Minsan yung mga tao hindi na lang nagrereklamo kasi mas lalo lang silang iipitin tapos wala namang nagiging aksyon. Just a quick rejoinder, Madam Chair. Nito nga nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa kuryente at wala ng kuryente at palaging brown out. May tinatayong malaking substation yung National Grid Corporation of the Philippines dahil binibigyan na nga ng direktiba ng ating gobyerno. Subalit nagulat kami nung merong isang mayor na biglang pinasara o pinahinto ang pagpapatayo ng substation with no reason at all. And there were complaints that reached the DILG, pero ang tagal pong nag-aksyon. Hindi na nga yata nag-aksyon. So much so that I believe the province of Pampanga instead decided on the matter. So can we request the DILG family to possibly look into these cases because that will be driving away investors. At kapag matagal po tayong mag-aksyon, para pong sinasabi natin, tinotolerate natin yung mga maling gawain ng iilan, the exception to the majority of the good mayors. Can we get the commitment of DILG on this matter?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, no, we will immediately look into all these things, particularly because we are also covered by the provisions of the Anti-Red Tape Act.
Yeah. Sorry, Madam Chair, but just a quick follow-up also. To the PNP family,
please.
pag meron pong mga mayor na ganito, pagkatapos gagamitin yung puwersa ng PNP, na kunyari mag-i-inspeksyon sa mga negosyante, pero ang pinupuntirya naman, mangipit at maghanap ng mali, dapat po bang nagpapagamit ang PNP? Or is it right to say that the Philippine National Police should not allow its members to be used by any local government chief executive?
Ma'am, for that kind of inspection, ang papel lang po ng police is to maintain peace and order po and not to really find fault.
So, thank you very much.
I think, Madam Chair, the Chief PNP is still responding to his
Yes.
commitment.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. With regards to my response, I do confirm that based on the statement of DOJ, for law enforcement, what is recognized is only the NBI and the PNP, and that PAO Forensic Lab is not, because they don't have plantilla, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, distinguished
So,
resource
thank
person.
you very much, Deputy Majority Leader Janet Garin. The next to be recognized is Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Dasa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. At the onset, please allow me to share my sentiment that I think overall, the DILG, as headed by Secretary Abalos, has done a good job, which includes, I think, PNP, one of the biggest components, from criminality to drugs, all the way to the seal of good local governance or housekeeping that's being implemented nationwide. So many, many good programs. But regrettably, I have one sore point, Madam Chair. But before I get to that, may I ask the DILG what they think, if they recall my request last year, which is to essentially promote equal access or equal opportunity in hiring, recruitment and hiring, because traditionally, hiring is done in the regional office. Like in my area, it's Tacloban. We have areas that are 8, 9, 10 hours away. Para lang po makapunta doon, uutang yan ng 20, 30, 40, 50,000 pesos para lang maka-apply. What's the general thoughts of DILG Central Office on equal access, equal opportunity?
May we get an answer
Yes,
from
Madam
the
Chair,
DILG?
Your Honor. Normally, the recruitment process is done at the regional office. But for us in the local government sector, we also allow our provincial offices to accept applicants for hiring by the DILG. That is for the local government sector. I'm not really sure about the agencies under the interior sector.
Well, you know, the PNP, no less than the chief of the PNP, had assured us that there will be localization to give equal opportunity doon sa mga malalayong lugar like Northern Samar. It just so happened where the end point were the farthest. So I think the PNP, they made assurances on that. BJMP even wrote and said that they will make their best efforts to localize. So we were very happy. Kasi ang feeling po namin dun sa Samar, napapabayaan kami. And if we're talking about insurgency and development, there's no better way than to hire, you know, the kids of these poor families, put them in a government, maniwala po kayo, mababawasan tayo ng insurgency, di ba? Now sa BFP, let me ask the BFP, are they familiar with the Article 13, Section 3 of the Constitution under social justice and human rights? Can I ask the BFP? They made representations to me last year, and they reneged on that. So I wanted to highlight one of the good provisions in our Constitution. Can the BFP respond?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and could you share to us what Section 3 of Article 13 is of the Constitution?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought you were referring to the recruitment process.
Well, I asked what the Constitution, allow me to read that for everyone. It says the state shall afford full protection to labor, local and overseas, organized and unorganized, and promote full employment and equality of employment opportunities for all. So it's embedded in the Constitution. So what does the BFP think of that? Is that a provision that maybe BFP should comply with?
Yes, Your Honor, we provide equal opportunity for all applicants to join the Bureau of Abstraction.
So how come despite your assurances before, there was a sudden hiring in the region? In fact, didn't even have the courtesy to let us know, and there wasn't any localization effort.
Yes, Your Honor. The recruitment of the Fire Officer 1 in Region 8, Your Honor, is still based in Tacloban, Your Honor. And as far as I know, Your Honor, is that the Regional Director made communication with your office regarding this matter, and that's the feedback I received from the Regional Director, Your Honor.
I apologize, General. That's not correct. It's very disappointing, and there's actually a lot of details to it that maybe better I reserve it at another time. But, you know, in the latest COA report of BFP, number 2 of that COA report in 2021, there was a accounting deficiency of 4.5 billion pesos. Are you familiar with that observation number 2?
We will take a look at our records, Your Honor.
Well, there seems to be a lot of funds at BFP spending a few million pesos to recruit in underrepresented areas. I think might be good practice. So, Madam Chair, can I ask BFP to give us a response to the COA observation number 2? And then also there's a observation number 4. There's been a lot of interagency transfers to PSDBM, PITC, and other agencies. Our information here, it's about 3 billion for the last 15 years. And in fact, COA had mentioned that many of it's still not liquidated. Can we get a report from you on the details of all the interagency transfer out of your funds from BFP? And can we get that by next week?
Yes, Your Honor, we will submit our reports regarding the funds transferred to PSDBM and to the PITC, Your Honor. We'll submit it.
And to any other agency for that matter?
Only PITC, sir, PITC and PSDBM, Your Honor, we transferred funds.
Okay, my time is up. I'll do second round, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll include you in the second round. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with the first, Congressman Alan T. is with us, so may he be recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, and good afternoon to everyone. My first question to the Philippine National Police. On appropriation obligation, in fiscal year 2022, you have an unobligated allotment of 2,679,518,000. 2,679,518,000. Can you confirm this?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. We have unobligated allotment on maintenance and other operating expenses and capital outlay. These are the balances from the release appropriations of fiscal year 2022 ending December 31, 2022. And these form parts of the current operating budget of the PNP for fiscal year 2023 as continuing appropriations. As of June 30, 2023, 36%.
May I stop you for that, Chief PNP? So you confirm that there's 2.6 billion unobligated allotment, correct? For 2022.
2 billion 140 million 312,861.86, Your Honor.
Can you disaggregate to us how much was reverted back? Is there amount that was reverted back to the National Treasury for the fiscal year 2022? And how much will still or can still be utilized under fiscal year 2023 of the amount that you mentioned, that you confirm?
Yes, Your Honor, there was a reversal allotments, and the said amount represents the cumulative MOV in the amount of the total amount of 539,205,855.23, Your Honor.
Which is the amount reverted back to the National Treasury? What is the amount? Is there an amount that was reverted back to the National Treasury for the unobligated allotment? That is my question.
Yes, Your Honor, that is the amount that is reverted back to the National Treasury, Your Honor.
So how much?
539,205,855.23 pesos, Your Honor.
May I know the reason why it was reverted back, why it was not utilized?
The amount represents the cumulative balances of bidding of different police regional offices and the central office in the implementation of various PAPs, Your Honor.
So how about the balance? Can you utilize that for fiscal year 2023?
Not anymore, Your Honor, because it was reverted back to the national.
No, the balance. You mentioned a while ago it's only 500 million that was reverted back. So there's still a balance of 2.1 or 2 billion that still remains to be utilized for fiscal year 2023. Can you utilize that amount? And to which program you will utilize that amount?
Yes, Your Honor, because it's a continuing budget, and we can utilize it, Your Honor. As of June 30, 2023, 37.6% or 804,238,767 pesos had already been obligated, while processing is currently ongoing for the obligation of the remaining 1,336,000,000.
1 million or 1 billion?
1 billion, Your Honor, or equivalent to 62.4% of the total unobligated budget allotment, Your Honor.
Thank you. How about for fiscal year 2023? You have an unobligated allotment of 2.140313 billion. Am I correct?
Continuing, Your Honor, it is the current year and continuing pa po, and we are
So in other words, it's
implementing
ongoing.
this project, Your Honor. Yes, sir, ongoing po yung mga projects, Your Honor.
So to this date, what is your utilization rate?
For the utilization for fiscal year 20, it's 61%, Your Honor.
61%, including the unobligated allotment?
Including, yeah.
For fiscal year 2022?
No, that's not included. It's only the only obligated allotment, Your Honor.
So excluding the unobligated allotment for 2022?
Yes, Your Honor.
So can you give us a breakdown of those unobligated allotment for fiscal year 22? To which programs it will be utilized? Can you provide this committee?
Meron. Yes, sir, we will provide the...
Madam Chairman, can I have the
Please
commitment of the
provide this
Chief PNP?
committee before our plenary. That's 2022 and a part of 2023.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And how about, in your proposed 2024, how much was allocated for training and education? Is it 1.2 billion, 1,258,000,003,000? Can you confirm? Education and training program?
Okay, may we get an answer? Is it from the PNP or the DILG?
We are just waiting for the figures, Madam Chair.
1.260, sir, pero kasama po PS.
For the police education program, Your Honor, it's 1,260,676,000, Your Honor.
How about for fiscal year, current year 2023, how much was allocated?
For this current year, Your Honor, it's 1,469,430,000, Your Honor.
And what is your utilization rate?
Liquidation rate.
Paano yan? So,
For training program alone.
Yes, for current year 2023.
Sa training lang.
please wind up. Congressman Alan T.
It's 61%, Your Honor.
How much was allocated for investigation, for police investigation training? Out of the amount?
Investigation training. Ikaw ka.
Sa investigation service naman. Investigation program, sir. Ito po, sir.
For crime investigation program, Your Honor, it's 733,206,000.
Thank you. Because while ago, the Secretary of the Department did mention about the lack or the inefficiency on the investigation procedure, especially on criminal prosecution or procedures, especially on the initiatory complaints by the victims. So I think there's a really need for continuous education, especially for those police investigators. Would you agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor, because we are aiming really to increase our conviction rate, and part of this enhancement will solve the problem, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. To BFP.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
BFP, do you undertake advanced procurement, early procurement activities?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So may I ask you on allocations to local government units? For fiscal year 2022, you have an unused appropriation, the amount of 1,088,072. May I know why?
We'll check on the records.
This is this is the share of the local government unit that was unused for fiscal year 2022.
Your Honor, it was released through DBM this July, Your Honor. Just this July, Your Honor.
For fiscal year 2022.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Because for fiscal year 2023, you have unused appropriation again in the amount of 629 million. May I ask why there's a continuous unused or unreleased appropriation?
Your Honor, it is part of the 1.3 billion, Your Honor.
Share of the local government unit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it not?
20% share of the FARCOD.
So, are you familiar with the guidelines on the release of 20% LGU share from Fire Code revenues under Joint Circular Number 2015-01?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you undertake those procedures to compute the shares of the local government and submit it to the Department of Budget and Management?
Yes, Your Honor. We comply with all the requirements. We submit it to the DBM, and it's the DBM, Your Honor, that will download the funds directly to the LGUs.
So may I ask, Madam Chair, the DBM to explain why there was such an unused appropriation of 629,492 for fiscal year 2023, DBM?
Before you answer, that is your last question. Kindly answer now, sir.
Madam Chair, I'm directing it to DBM. We have a DBM representative, is it not?
I think ASEC from the DBM is still with us.
ASEC de la Vega.
2021 lang yung 1.3 billion, di ba?
Dahil sir, hindi na-certify yung lahat, kaya umatras. Dahil hindi na-certify lahat, sir.
2021, yung na-release na 1.3 is ano yung
2021, 2022. Yun na yun.
all others, magkano yung utang?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. As far as the unused budget for 2023, the releases that the DBM makes are actually based on the actual requests or the special budget requests that we receive from the agencies. So we receive requests not only from the BFP, but also from the different LGUs, which has access to the fire code fees, Madam Chair.
But under the joint circular, there was already an automatic appropriation or special fund. There was already an allotment of 20%. When I asked the BFP if they did the computation, they said they did. BFP did make the computation, submit it before the DBM. So do you mean to tell me that the amount that was requested by BFP is less than the amount that is supposed to receive the local government units under their, for their share of this 20% fire code revenues? So may I ask BFP, how much did you request for fiscal year 2023 to DBM under this 20% LGU share from fire code revenues?
Sir, for further clarification, sir, can I request our budget officer to answer, sir, the details?
Can you please repeat your response?
Can I request, sir, that the budget officer can give the full details?
May I gently remind the Honorable Alan T. that I already consumed 8 minutes. So maybe we can put you in the list.
Yes,
in
but
the second
Madam Chair, I'm
round.
just asking for the response.
Okay, so may we just get an
To which I'm
answer
entitled to.
from the PFP?
Sir, it's because of the BTR certification, which is less than what is supposed to be certified. For the year 2021, sir, the total collection sums to 2.7 billion, sir. Pero yung na-certify lang po is around 1.9 billion, sir. So the 20% of that amount, yun lang po yung na-release po ni ni DBM.
So, Madam Chair, can I get a copy of those requests that were submitted before the plenary? Yes, can we be provided with the requests submitted to DBM?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will comply po.
Thank you.
Sige. So thank you very much, Congressman Alan T. So may we now move on to the second round. And I would like to remind our dear colleagues here that you're just given in the second round, you're limited to only 3 minutes. So the first to be recognized, sorry, kasi para matatapos yung huli, mamaya meron na naman, so we go back to the first round. The Honorable Representative Sergio Dagook is recognized by the Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon pa pala. Good afternoon, everyone. Hindi naman po mahirap yung tanong ko. Magkano po ba doon sa kabuuang budget natin yung para sa utilities like electricity, water, magkano po yung allocated for utilities?
Okay, maybe for PNP, BFP, BGMP, is that for these offices or all offices? So we'll just ask the DILG as to whether there are funds provided for electricity in the different attached agencies.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the expenses for utilities for the whole DILG is...
Not the expenses, Madam Chair, the budget. Not the expenses, the budget. How much is the budget for utilities for 2024? And isama mo na rin po yung 2023, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, our proposed budget for utilities for 2024 is 1.916 billion pesos, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
So in other words, it's provided, particularly the payment for electricity.
That's correct, Madam
So that's 1.9 kung Dagook.
Kung ganon po, Madam Chair, kalaki, no? If that is 1.6 billion, why is it that there are a lot of offices, no, under your department as well as with your attached agencies that did not pay their electric bills to electric cooperatives? For the year 2023 alone, no, we are still in August, 22 million na po mahigit yung hindi nagbayad. This includes the other attached agencies.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, may I request the other attached agencies of the DILG to reply to that, because as far as the local government sector is concerned, we are paying it religiously. PNP, BFP, and BGMP, please.
Yeah.
PNP, lahat kayo, may hindi nagbayad. May PNP, BGMP, DILG, NAPOLCOM, Bureau of Fire. Lahat kayo. In the different electric cooperatives of the country.
Okay, so may we get an answer from the different agencies, particularly PNP, BGMP, and BFP. Ba't di kayo nagbabayad when it's so provided in your budget?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, on the side of the Bureau of Protection, we have the fund amounting to 94,512,000 for electricity of the fire stations nationwide.
So in other words, you do not have any arrears
We don't
or
have any
unpaid.
arrears, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, no, I have provided a copy of the list of electric cooperatives with corresponding amount, no, in the different parts of the country that is not yet settled or accounts payable by BGMP for for BGMP, no? 4.6 million. For Napolcom, 182,000. DILG, 182,000. For PNP, 9.5 million. For Bureau of Fire, 3.8 million. So, we have already provided a copy to the staff of the Secretary, no? I hope that those accounts will be settled by your respective units before the plenary. Otherwise, I will raise this issue during the plenary. At lalaki pa yung amount na yon sa September.
So, take note of...
Can I get the commitment of the DILG, because you are the mother agency?
Yes.
That this will be settled before your budget hearing in the plenary, Madam Chair.
May we get a response from the DILG? Yung DILG na lang kausap natin dito.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will coordinate with our attached agencies for the full payment of the amounts mentioned by the good Congressman.
Thank you for that commitment, and the copy was given to one of the staff of the Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for my concern.
Okay, magbayad kayo, otherwise, problema tayo sa plenary. Okay, thank you very much, Kong Sergio Dagook. At last, we're now on the second round. So the first to be recognized is Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. So next to be recognized is Representative Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, sa NYC po ulit, saan po publicly accessible ang IRR ng ating law para dun sa amendment sa SK Reform Act?
So maybe get an answer.
May we request Chairman Cardema to reply to that, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, it will be published by the Gazette on September 11.
Sige, Madam Chair, yun nga, unfortunately talaga naging sobrang delayed po yan. No? At least ngayon narinig na po natin na by September 11, nandyan. Kasi inaabangan na po talaga yan ng ating mga SK officials. Next, Madam Chair, I'd like to confirm sa NYC na yung NYC tsaka regional offices ay nagmo-monitor po ng recruitment into insurgents sa ating universities. Can NYC confirm, yes or no?
Can we get an answer from
Madam Chair,
the Chair?
can Congressman Manuel repeat the question?
I'd like to confirm, Madam Chair, na NYC and regional offices are monitoring recruitment for insurgents sa ating mga universities.
Madam Chair, there's no such thing.
Madam Chair, as of May 30, 2023, nagbanggit po ang NYC chairperson na may ganun pong ginagawa. So bakit po ngayon ay dinedenay na may ganung activities?
Madam Chair, what I stated was I was asking all youth leaders in the country to do their duty in identifying who is recruiting our youth to become members of the NPA.
Madam Chair, I'd like to interrupt. Ito po yung nakalagay sa isang news article, The Manila Times. Their regional offices have been coordinating with OVP amid alleged recruitment. Schools are being closely monitored by NTF-ELCAC and the NYC. So bakit po ngayon, Madam Chair, dinedenay ang ganong activities?
Madam Chair, I do not recall saying that.
Madam Chair, ito din quote po from the chairperson. All areas are being monitored through our regional NYC offices during a weekly press con hosted by NTF-ELCAC.
Madam Chair, I do not recall saying that, but we will check on that statement.
Madam Chair, since ito po ay on public record na, then I'd like to ask, sino po ang personnel involved sa ganitong monitoring activities?
Madam Chair, our regional offices
has only 2 personnel. Each regional office has only 2 personnel. I do not recall saying that statement.
Madam Chair, ito nga po na media na po. So hindi na po ito madedenay natin na biglang nagka-amnesia po yung ating NYC chairperson. Madam Chair, dalawa na lang yung personnel. So saan po galing yung budget na ginagamit para dun sa monitoring into alleged recruitment?
Madam Chair, that is the reason why I'm saying that I do not recall such statement because every regional office of NYC has only 2 personnel.
Madam Chair, meron na nga po, nasa balita na nga po at na-quote po yung chairperson. So kung ngayon po ay magsisinungaling po yung ating NYC chair, then that reflects on the character of the person leading the National Youth Commission. Tapos Madam Chair, kaya natin tinatanong kasi nga, kung nagmomonitor ang NYC, Chair, kaya natin tinatanong kasi nga, kung nagmomonitor ang NYC along with NTF, LCAC, and OVP, tapos dalawa na lang yung personnel, di mahahatak pa sila sa ganitong aktibidad kaysa mag-focus doon sa dapat na gawin ng NYC in the first place. Tapos Madam Chair, we take note, wala pong confidential funds ng NYC. So paano siya makakagawa ng ganitong activities? It shows na kailangan niyang mag-divert ng funds from youth-oriented activities papunta sa ganitong monitoring. Now on COA reports, Madam Chair, bakit walang naipakitang proof of medical records ang NYC doon sa mga absent sa kanyang mga seminars and trainings?
Madam Chair, regarding that, we are requesting those SK councilors and SK presidents from provinces to provide the said medical statements if they were absent in their hotel room because the COA findings said that they were absent in the hotel room but they attended the event.
Madam Chair, NYC na po, COA na po yung nagsabi na kina-question po nito yung validity tsaka propriety ng mga gastos kasi yung mga patraining ng NYC sobrang gastos tapos walang mapakita ang documents. Recurring problem na rin po ito for 3 years, Madam Chair, 2019, 2021, and 2022. Kaya po last year, Madam Chair, dinefer natin yung approval ng NCIP budget dahil din hindi sila nagfo-fulfill sa kanilang mandate. Konti na nga lang yung budget, hindi pa ginagamit sa tama. While gusto natin, Madam Chair, na taasan yung NYC budget, pero kung nasasayang dahil sa ineffective leadership, di ang hirap po i-vouch, Madam Chair. Ginagamit pa yung NYC for personal advocacy. Kanina po, Madam Chair, huli sa bibig, tapos ngayon nagsisinungaling pa. Yes, I'll wrap up, Mr. Chair. Kaya pahamak sa NYC as an institution at sa ating mga SK na kandidato, itong personal advocacy ginagamit pa yung NYC as a platform, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, kaya po, tingin po natin, hindi dapat palampasin to kasi this reflects about youth leadership in the country. Yun po muna, Madam Chair, and dapat po hindi natin to talaga palampasin. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel. Next, we have, for the second round, Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma. Is not around. Representative Khalid Dimaporo is not around. Representative Brian Yamsuan. Representative Sancho Ando Oaminal. Wala. It's for second round. Vice Chair Abante. Nasa DICT. Yeah. So next we have Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. Wala. Okay. Representative Bonifacio Busita. You have the floor, sir. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Mr. Chair, simula po nung pumasok ako sa military since 1988, hanggang ngayon po, napansin natin na ang pasilidad po ng PNP, particular sa comfort rooms, ay parang hindi pa rin nag-improve, even new police stations. And matanong ko lang po, Mr. Chair, magkano po kaya ang MOOE ng Philippine National Police?
Chief PNP?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the MOE of the PNP is 19 billion 411 million 476,000, or equivalent to 10% of the whole budget for PNP, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Out of 19.4 billion pesos, magkano po yung maintenance of facilities?
Your Honor, hindi po naka-specific po sa utilities or yung sa mga paglilinis ng mga CR natin, but it's all embodied in the allocation for repair and maintenance, equivalent to 1,101,298,000, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maliit masyado po ang pondo para sa inyong maintenance of facilities. Mr. Chair, bilang engineer po, alam ko po na ang problema po sa PNP kung bakit simula pa noong 1990s ay 1980s may problema po ang kanilang comfort rooms is because of lack of sufficient water supply. Mr. Chair, bilang pagkilala po sa dedikasyon ng PNP na 24 hours nagbibigay sila ng serbisyo at bilang pagmamahal po sa kanilang mga kawani at sa taong bayan na dumudulog sa kanilang tanggapan. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, may I humbly manifest that the PNP be given additional fund for maintenance of facilities to support the repair and improvement of comfort rooms with 24/7 sufficient water supply of 1,312 police stations in the amount of 642 million pesos. I so move.
The manifestation is duly noted.
Mr. Chair.
Still have the floor. It's duly noted. Tapos, are you done?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's all for my manifestation, Mr. Chair, to support or to give additional fund for the PNP for the repair and maintenance of their facilities, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the manifestation is duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Busita. Next, we have Deputy Minority Leader Mujib Hataman. Around. Next, from the majority, we have Representative Ando Aminal. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, upon review of the statistics presented, the data which was thoroughly scrutinized by this representation, I believe we need more further evidence to really support the necessity for the increase in the budget, most specifically for the Philippine National Police. So I move, Mr. Chair, that we defer the approval of the budget for the PNP until more data will be presented to the members of this body, Mr. Chair.
Budget
Second, Madam Chair.
Budget briefing is suspended. Please settle down. The budget briefing is resumed. Congressman Ominal.
Mr. Chair, I am fully aware that the proposed budget, though it may seem enormous in the eyes of the public, is only a meager amount compared to what is really needed to achieve the peace and order, the maintenance, and what we aim to accomplish. And with the commitment that these documents that would support its, that would justify its necessity would be provided, then I so move to withdraw my motion to defer the approval of the PNP budget, Mr. Chair. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Henry. That's duly noted. Your withdrawal for the motion to defer the budget briefing for the Philippine National Police. You still have the floor. You still have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Congressman Ando, Ominal, you still have the floor. Are you done? Okay, thank you. So let's move forward. For the third round, I call on Minority Leader, from the minority, Representative Raul Manuel. Third round. Sorry. Hindi, tama. One more. Majority to. Second round. Okay. So, yeah. Congressman Abante, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have 3 minutes.
I just would like to ask the remaining question to the BGMP, that is Director Rivera, I'm betting, BGMP, So, Director Rivera, you are the one that has been mandated sa local jails natin, di ba? Palagay ko, alam mo naman kung gaano congested ang mga jails natin, no? Particularly, the Quezon City jail dito, no? And also the Manila City Jail. Ano po ba yung programa ninyo ngayon to decongest our jails? Because that has been a nagging problem for a long, long time. Until now, it's not being solved. We would like to find out your real program so that we could be able to decongest our local jails.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. We have two approaches to decongest our jail. First, we are requesting fund to build more jails so that it will expand the space area. But as I mentioned a while ago, there's another approach wherein we have our paralegal efforts. We coordinated with the Supreme Courts as well as with the judges so that maaga po silang makalaya. So kasi ang iba po dito talaga is maliit lang yung kaso and medyo kulang lang ang coordination namin. Kasi kahit ano pong gawin natin na pag-expand ng jail kung mas marami naman sir yung pumapasok. Kumbaga yung releases versus doon sa pumapasok, mas mataas po yung pumapasok kaysa nare-release. So kaya po two-prong approach po ang ginagawa namin. First, yun nga pong pag-coordinate sa local government units for the allocation ng lot kung saan makakapagtayo ng building. Second, kasi mahirap naman po kasi it will call doon sa economic status ng isang city or munisipyo. So, ang ginagawa po namin, we have that 25-year, parang hinihiram namin until 50-year para po may paggamit sa amin. And sa last year po, nakapag-release po ang BGMP ng more than 72,000 because of the paralegal ano po namin, yung pong mga programs namin. So dalawang approach po ang ginagawa ng BGMP. Alam po naman natin na ito po talaga yung namana pa namin, itong mga old buildings na ito from the PNP before because previously kami po ay form part ng PNP. So nung mahiwalay po, yun na po ang ginawa ng Bureau of Jail Management and Penology.
So, Mr. Chair, yung nagmamay-ari ng lupa ng mga jail natin is owned by the PNP, no? PNP po yun, no? May control.
Some are PNP, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, and some...
It's not the LGU, no? But the PNP, Philippine National Police.
Some are LGU, sir, LGU.
LGU. Okay. So, ang problema natin, pondo pa rin, no? So, how much appropriations do you need to be able to decongest our jails?
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we have a request of, on Tier 2, we have 5 billion. 5 billion.
5 billion.
To congest all the congested facilities all over the country.
So it means, Mr. Chair, that if you would have the 5 billion budget, that it would be possible that even by next year, you can decongest the jails.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. And as a background, the last time that we're able to have the funds for capital outlays 2019. 2020, 2021 until this year, except 39 million, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, can you provide us a data for the budget allocation that you need, so we'll be able to see what we can do about it?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we will provide data for it, including we have also the facility development plan.
In fact, even do you have the area in which to place the other jails to decongest it? Do you have the area?
We have the data, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
So please provide us the data in this committee, Mr. Chair, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we will provide the data needed.
And Mr. Chair, isa na lang, no, I would like to reiterate my request to the Philippine National Police General Accorda to please tell the Human Rights Affairs Division of the PNP to report to me, because being the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights, we would like to find out the update, no, on human rights violations, everything like this, which I think the PNP knows, no. So very important po ito. As you will know that I am very supportive of the Philippine National Police, no. And so please lang na I would like your human rights affairs head to please visit me in my office so we can be able to talk about the things that pertains to human rights, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Magaling pong congressman, especially he is also from Camarines Sur, Lagunoy, Camarines Sur. Uragon po yan. So for the third round, I call on from the minority, Representative Raul Manuel. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, balikan ko lang po.
Hindi ka pa ba? Sorry, ma'am. Okay. For the second round, Representative Arlene Brosas. You have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Natakot si Mr. Chair, baka magpa-defer ako eh. Kaya, anyway, Mr. Chair, yung custodial rights po, ito po yung sa UN Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners, which the BJMP adheres to, no? Restrict the practice of solitary confinement because it amounts to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. According to Kapatid, the women political prisoners at the Camp Karingal, Quezon City female dorm in Camp Karingal have been placed in continuous solitary confinement. The 3 women political prisoners there, Julieta Gomez, Nizel Velasco, and Romina Astudillo, are padlocked 24 hours a day. They are not allowed sunning. They can only leave their cell during idalaw or when visitors come, which is rare because of heavy restrictions too on visitors. Kaya Mr. Chair, pasagutin po natin ang BJMP kaugnay dito.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the BGMP is mandated for the safekeeping and development of all PDLs all over the country. Kaya kung may mga ganyan po na nakarating sa amin, bibigyan po namin ng action yan sapagkat ang BGMP po naman is fair and just sa pagbibigay po ng serbisyo doon po sa mga nakapiit na kapatid natin.
Mr. Chair, can I get a commitment sa ating chief ng BJMP na tutugunan niya itong reklamo na ito na continuous solitary confinement yung ginagawa sa 3 political prisoners na naroon?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, I'll commit that I will see to it na maayos po itong kalalagayan ng 3 ito na nangangalang Julieta Gomez, Michelle Velasco, and Romina Astudillo. Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we will look into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my next question is about the Philippine Commission on Women. Nandito ba ang Philippine Commission on Women? PCW?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ayan.
The PCW is represented.
Yes. Mr. Chair, this coming October, the Philippines is scheduled to report for the 86th CEDAW session. Maaari po bang matanong ang PCW kung nasa ang yugto ng pagbubuo ng official report na ito?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are scheduled to join the Rivalida on CEDAW on October 11. We are already preparing for the CEDAW together with the Philippine Human Rights Commission. We have also have a copy already of our list of responses to all the observations of the UN CEDAW.
Okay, yung Council on the Elimination of against
Convention
women,
on the Elimination of
discrimination against women, CEDAW. May we know the process through which the report is being crafted? Specifically po, sino-sinong stakeholders ang naging bahagi ng pagbubuo ng report?
When we received the list of observation from the UN, the PCW with PHRCS hosted a consultation, and we consultation with stakeholders alongside the agencies who have mandates that are part of the list of observation. Based on that, we consolidated our responses and submitted it to UN.
Okay. Mr. Chair, as we know, the previous Duterte regime has been blatant in its macho-fascist exhortations in public, which run counter to the Philippine government's CEDAW obligations. Now, shouldn't the new administration make a comment on this in its report?
Madam Chair, on the actuations of the previous administration on violence against women, we have addressed this through a dialogue with the Office of the President, although there was no public statement on this.
Mr. Chair, ang tinatanong ko po kung i-include ito sa report at gusto po sana nating makita or mag-request ng highlights ng draft report.
Madam Chair, we can provide you with a copy of our list of responses which we have submitted to the UN.
Is it available now? Kasi hindi mo ako masagot kung nilagay o hindi nilagay na ang previous Duterte regime has macho-fascist exhortations in public.
It's not among the observations of the UN, and so, Madam Chair, it was not one of our responses.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, magre-request na lang ako ng highlight ng draft report for CEDAW. I cannot understand kung bakit hindi ilalagay kasi meron namang mga specific meron po tayong mga specific examples, meron po tayong mga exhortations niya, yung kanyang speeches in public about women, particular, treatment of women. So, Mr. Chair, siguro ibibigay din namin yung ilan sa mga reports na ito sa PCW for them to consider in their CEDAW obligations na mai-report ito sa UN. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, yung next ko na lang po ay yung sa yung police attaché, if you remember sa PNP po, ito yung tanong ko kanina, magtatayo ng police attaché sa UAE sa ngalan ng pag-address sa global security threats. Ano-anong bansa po ngayon ang may nakatayong police attachés? The former PNP Chief Azurin pa pala ay nag-declare nito dati, no? So meron na po bang mga nakatayong police attachés, Mr. Chair? Ilang pulis ang nakadeploy kada police attaché sa ibang bansa?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. As of now, we have 9. And sa isang posting po, yung police attaché at saka meron siyang admin assistant. Bali, dalawa po. So all in all, for this 9, there are 18, Your Honor.
Sorry, hindi ko masyadong marinig. Pakiklaro lang po. Saang-saang bansa ang nakatayong police attachés, tas ilan po yung nakadeploy dun sa mga bansa na yon?
We have one in Islamabad, Pakistan.
Pakistan,
Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Washington, D.C. Beijing, China. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly in Riyadh. Los Angeles, in San Francisco. Bale, dalawa po ma'am sa USA. One in Washington and one in LA. One in Jakarta, Indonesia. One in Paris, France, and one in Bangkok, Thailand, Your Honor.
ano po yung last?
Bangkok, Thailand.
Bangkok, Thailand. Saang budget item po kinukuha ang pondo para sa police attachés?
It is coming from our intelligence fund, Your Honor.
So intelligence fund ang ginagamit dito? So wala po itong PAPs, wala itong activities, programs and activities? Kung tinatanong ko po kasi dapat malinaw sa atin kung saan specifically napupunta yung pondo ng bayan. At gusto po nating makita kung ano ang praktikal na resulta ng mga police attaché sa ibang bansa. Kung sila po ay umiikot lang para mag-red tagging, hindi po katanggap-tanggap sa atin yon.
That's the last question. Kindly answer.
Yes, Your Honor. It is the IF of the DI Central Office, Your Honor, that supports our police attaché.
So sa central office,
Yes, Your Honor.
kinukuha yung pondo, tapos sa intelligence funds. How much is your intelligence funds po?
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, you have to wind up.
Yes, Mr. Chair. They can submit na lang, Mr. Chair. Kasi meron naman akong documents. I requested documents. I believe I've already given them kung ano po yung ipaprepare for plenary, Mr. Chair. Kasi
Okay.
yung
So,
fund
Chief-
utilization status ng Support to Barangay Development Program, yung report sa utilization ng 1.08 billion to end local communist armed conflict budget, report on the utilization of the GAD funds, Gender and Development Funds by DILG and attached agencies, countries with police attachés na isa-isa na po kanina, with a number of PNP personnel deployed, including date of deployment. Yung date of deployment po ang wala. So yun sana yung gusto nating marinig. And lastly, Mr. Chair, siguro yung yung kanina naman sinabi yung sa e-clip yung list ng, magpo-provide po kayo ng list with financial assistance. Yung documentary requirements siguro kailangan nyo rin sabihin for availing the program. Saka yung reference used by implementing agencies of the program to validate that the person is indeed a rebel. And how often is this list updated? Paano po ito kinakraft? At sino-sino ang involved dito? Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat. This is in
Thank
preparation
you,
for
Congresswoman
plenary.
Arlene Brosas. PNP, you are directed to submit or the pertinent documents requested by Congresswoman Arlene Brosas to this committee and kindly furnish it to the office of Congresswoman Arlene Brosas.
Yes, Your Honor. We have listed all the requirements and we will submit as required, Your Honor.
Okay. So then We are now on the third round, and there's just one who's gonna ask question. So maybe Chair now recognize the Honorable Representative Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Given 3 minutes, you're up.
Yes, Madam Chair. Sa PNP lang po, I'd like to manifest na bilang kabataan ay sobra tayong dismayado dun sa spate ng mga abuses na ang biktima din ay mga kabataan. Tingin po natin ang PNP, it's no longer serving as a civilian force as it should be that serves and protects the people. Kaya po, ang dami din talagang nagsasabi na parang hindi na deserve yung pension na fully shouldered by the people through taxes. Tanong lang po dun sa binanggit nung SONA, yung resignations ng 18 drug-linked high-ranking PNP officers, sila po ba ay natanggal na lahat sa posisyon?
With regards to the, may I clarify your questions, Your Honor, with regard to the
Yeah. Madam Chair, di ba po sabi nung SONA ay may tinanggap na resignation, di ba, ng mga drug-linked officers. Meron pong 18. So natanggal na po ba sila lahat sa posisyon?
Yes, sir. Those mentioned were already deemed resigned, and it was implemented. Your Honor.
Madam Chair, na-dismiss na rin ba sa police service yung 18 na high-ranking PNP officers?
Resigned, Your Honor, not dismissed.
But from the police service, Madam Chair, regardless ng posisyon, from the police service, na-dismiss na po ba sila?
Wala na po. Resigned na, Your Honor. Wala na po.
Resigned na rin from the police service at resigned din sa, wala na rin sila sa posisyon.
From the police service, wala na po.
Okay. Kailan po nag-take effect yung kanilang resignations from the police service?
Designation took effect on July 21, 2023, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, will the 18 high-ranking police officers receive retirement benefits?
They're not receiving any more benefits, Your Honor.
Retirement po. When they retire, will they receive benefits?
Walang pension benefits, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Last few questions po sa PNP kasi may mga nadi-dismiss na cases filed by CIDG due to defective search warrants. May inconsistencies sa statements ng officers who conduct surveillance activities. Kaya para bang ang CIDG ay nag-rely sa unreliable information to secure search warrants against advocates and human rights workers. Hindi po ba parang sayang yung pera dun sa pagpa-file ng mga cases na eventually ay nadi-dismiss din naman? So, parang hindi nabebest ng CIDG yung kanyang trabaho. Can we get a comment?
With regards to the implementation of search warrant, Your Honor, I understand that when we secure search warrant, this is all witnesses are properly examined by the judge, and with this examination by the judge, there is a reason for the implementation of the search warrant. Now, with regards to the conviction, if cases were dismissed, it is maybe in one reason or another, but these are the things that we are reviewing every now and then, Your Honor, and we really want that we enhance our capabilities, our coordination with prosecutors, and also by reviewing all the reasons why such cases are being dismissed. And in line with this, that is the basis for our continuing education and other program of instructions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. Madam Chair, final point na po. Balikan ko lang yun sa NYC. Nakakabastos, Madam Chair, na sa harap po nating lahat, no, sa Kongreso, nagsisinungaling po ang NYC chairperson. Galing na po mismo sa presscon na nasa page ng NTF-ELCAC, ay sabi po, kahit daw konti ang resources ng NYC, pero buhay na buhay daw yung kanilang advocacy at nagpa-participate sila sa media forum para matigil daw yung recruitment di umano. And Madam Chair, nabanggit din na talagang lahat po yan minomonitor natin. Meron tayong local youth development officers, meron tayong mga regional offices ng NYC. Kaya Madam Chair, it's very clear na yung NYC hindi niya fulfill yung kanyang mandate at ngayong nagsisinungaling, hindi pwedeng mag-assume tayo na wala yung monitoring, Madam Chair, sa SK candidates at sa schools. Kasi if we assume na wala, pero nagpapatuloy pala, na gagamit yung pera for youth programs doon sa ganitong mga aktibidad. Kaya Madam Chair, I have huge reservations kung hahayaan lang natin na ganito yung nangyayari sa isang youth institution supposedly na namumuno sa kabataan. And I would appreciate it if we will defer the approval of the budget of NYC, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I would like to inform. I would like to inform our colleagues here that the budget for National Youth Commission is under the Vice Chairperson in charge of this is the Honorable Angelica Ko, for your information, the representative of Party List BHW. Okay, so may the minority leader be recognized by the Chair.
Marami pong salamat, Madam Chair. Napakahaba na po ng araw natin at palagay ko we have properly deliberated on the budget briefing of the DILG family. Kaya naman po, I would like to move to terminate the budget briefing on the budget of DILG, of course, except the National Youth Commission because of the reservation of Congressman Manuel. So moved, Madam Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, point of clarification, the motion includes DILG and its attached agencies.
Of course, the DILG family
Except NYC.
and attached agencies except the National Youth
So
Commission.
it has been moved and seconded that the budget briefing of the DILG and its attached agencies except National Youth Commission budget is hereby terminated.
Madam Chair, I move that we suspend consideration of the proposed budget until 9 o'clock on Monday, September 4, 2023. So move, Madam Chair.
Second. Okay, the motion is approved and carried.
Can we invite the ILG family? Picture taking po tayo dito.
Yung NYC, maybe we can just inform the office of the DILG. No? Yeah, the committee will by our dear colleagues here. Please submit before our presentation of your budget in the plenary. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will comply.